Ever since I was a little kid, all the older men in my family would take me fishing every opportunity they got. It was like some family ritual. I, being the youngest, meant that I was next in line to become an expert like all of them claimed to be. The ones who took it the most seriously were my dad and his brother Eugene. Our houses were decked out like the ones you've probably seen on fishing shows. I won't go into detail, but if you took a step into my house, you'd instantly be able to tell my parents spend more time on the water than on the land. This is actually his story, not mine. My dad's a pretty hard guy to scare, but let me tell you, whenever he tells the story, it's like he's a different person. He doesn't like talking about it, but every so often at a family gathering or a special occasion, one of my relatives will ask him to tell it, and he will. My dad's name is Gwyn. He was fishing with my uncle Eugene and their close friends Clytus, Dylan, and Lagan. They had set out early before the sun had even broken the horizon, heading to a remote spot they had all agreed was prime fishing territory. This place was a couple of hours boat ride from the nearest marina, tucked away in a secluded cove-type area that few bothered to explore. It was known among them for its abundant bass and the occasional pike. The day started like any other fishing trip, with the boat cutting smoothly through the mist rising off the water, everyone sharing stories and jokes over the hum of the engine. They anchored the boat in a familiar cove surrounded by dense forest. Lagan was the first to crack open a beer, even though it was so early in the morning. My dad tells me all the time that Lagan is his wild friend, the one who tends to drink a little more than he should. They fished for hours, the only sounds being the occasional splash of a lure hitting the water and their own laughter, and the occasional crunch of empty beer cans that they were drinking like water. As the day wore on, they had their fair share of catches, each one sparking a small celebration. As dusk approached, the light began to wane. A dense fog rolled in from the water. My dad describes it as the boat literally being swallowed by fog. Clytus, who was the most experienced fisherman of the group, kept saying that he had never seen fog so thick. That's how unnatural it was. Dylan, the jester of the group, was almost as drunk as Lagan, both of whom were seemingly unfazed by the fog that had ensnared them. It was starting to get dark. They had originally thought that they could just wait out the fog, but it didn't seem to be going anywhere. My dad and Clytus agreed that Eugene should just try to drive the boat out of the cove and into the open ocean, where the fog probably wouldn't be as dense. Eugene agreed, but even though he was typically the most cautious, he only narrowly avoided colliding with the shore. He refused to risk further damage to his prized boat. They reluctantly came to terms with the fact that they'd probably have to spend the night on the boat. My dad made the point that they'd need to tell their families about the situation, and of course, they had drifted into an area of the cove that had no signal. My dad needed to handle some business at work, so neglecting the problem was not an option. He offered to go ashore in search of a signal, and Clytus and Dylan said they'd join him. Eugene would stay back to guard the boat and an increasingly inebriated Lagan. My dad, Dylan, and Clytus made their way over to the shore and jumped out of the boat, only getting slightly wet. My dad made a point of snagging the emergency flares in the boat, just in case they got lost and needed to signal Eugene to come find them. The three of them made their way into the pitch-black woods, lit only by the shine of their phone flashlights. My dad and his friends have all done their fair share of camping, so it wasn't like a forest scared them too much. They began trekking uphill, hoping that higher ground would give them a better chance of finding a signal. My dad always made a point of emphasizing how dark yet eerily foggy the forest was. You could practically feel yourself slicing through the fog just as they were adjusting to the dense atmosphere. A series of strange clicking noises began to permeate the silence, first emerging from directly in front of them before encircling them completely. These sounds were unlike any forest sounds they were familiar with. It was rhythmic yet erratic, as if someone was tapping out a code meant only for the woods themselves. The distinctiveness of the noise made one thing clear: it was human-made. The realization that they weren't alone hit them like a freight train. Clytus, the most seasoned of the trio when it came to outdoor survival, whispered urgently for them to turn off their flashlights. "Don't give away our position," he hissed, with a note of genuine concern in his voice. As the lights switched off, the darkness became thicker than the fog. The clicking noises stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence that seemed to weigh on their chests. Time lost meaning as they stood there, frozen, unsure of their next move. I'm sure they were all thinking the same thing. The idea that they might have stumbled upon some kind of clandestine gathering or a woods cult was terrifying. Then, as suddenly as it had stopped, the silence was broken by rustling noises, this time much closer. Then silence again. And then a guttural scream echoed through the trees, a sound so primal and full of anguish that it rooted them to the spot. Before they could process what was happening, rapid stomping noises thundered through the woods towards them. The three men took off back the way they had come, acting on fear and pure instinct. My dad fired the flare gun behind them. The flare cut through the fog, lighting the woods up for a moment. The woods were as clear as day, and the sight that met their eyes was nothing short of horrifying. Illuminated by the flare's red glow was a pack of more than 10 individuals dressed in what could only be described as tribal attire. Some of them brandished wooden spears, but the light from the flare only lasted a split second. Dylan screamed and almost stumbled, but Clytus quickly grabbed his arm to keep him upright. My dad describes this part as the most overwhelming feeling of pure terror he has ever experienced. The forest seemed to fight against them as they fled, ducking under branches and jumping over roots. By some miracle, they emerged from the tree line, panting and disoriented but alive. They screamed at Eugene to start the engine, the urgency in their voices leaving no room for question. Eugene complied immediately, and the boat lurched forward just as their pursuers reached the shoreline. In the chaos, my dad fired the last flare into the air back towards the shore. For a split second, as the flare's light pierced the fog, they saw their pursuers at the water's edge. It was freakish. There must have been at least 15 of them just standing motionless at the water's edge. The flare's light faded, and it was dark again. Eugene managed to get a safe distance away and stopped the boat again. After the engine was off, the only sounds were Dylan, my dad, and Clytus's breathing. My dad says he wasn't able to process what had happened for nearly an hour. He was functioning off pure adrenaline and survival instincts. They ended up taking turns keeping watch while the others slept and left first thing in the morning as soon as the fog dissipated. That I've been fishing for as long as I can remember. I'm almost 60 years old now, and even though I've been fishing thousands of times, I can't think of any other way I'd rather spend the rest of my life. My kids are all off living their own lives, and things around the house are quiet now. You could hear a pin drop most of the time. Sometimes I miss the old days, being able to throw the pigskin around with my boys in the backyard, but some things just aren't in the game plan anymore. I usually fish with my pals from college, but more often than not, I find myself going at it alone, like a lone wolf. This was one of those times. I haven't stepped foot outside upstate New York in over 15 years. I don't see a reason to. We've got some of the best fishing lakes in the country, and I plan on making full use of them. It was mid-April, in the early season, just after the ice out and before May hit. For whatever reason, I decided I wanted a more secluded spot this time around, so I chose a nondescript lake in the middle of nowhere that was pretty small. I drove up an hour before sunrise so that I could be out on the water when the sun poked through. I unstrapped my kayak from the roof of the car and made my way over to the lake. I rode out to the middle of the lake and admired the beautiful early colors starting to paint the sky. It felt like home. You can bet your bottom dollar I'd never trade a day like this for anything. It was a little chilly, but I've got skin like steel. I could tell the sun was just about to appear in the sky, so I started gearing up. I was shooting for a largemouth bass, so I made my way back to the outside edge of the weed beds, planning to move back toward the middle of the lake if I got skunked. I went for a 6 and 1/2 foot medium action spinning rod with 9 pounds monofilament line. I was using a wacky rig, which is a 4-inch rubber stick worm, my go-to for catching largemouth. Just before I was about to start what would hopefully be a swell day on the water, I noticed something strange. Across the lake, I couldn't quite see what was going on, but I could tell that there was movement. At first, I thought it was a fellow fisherman, but curiosity got the better of me. I reached into my knapsack and pulled out my pair of binoculars I used for bird watching. I looked across the lake and saw 3 figures wearing dark colors and hoods covering their faces. They looked like they were digging a hole or something on the edge of the lake. I kept watching. They finished their hole, and while I was expecting them to put something inside it, they actually did the opposite. One of them pulled something out of the hole, which I couldn't make out even with my binoculars. Then the other 2 did the same, pulling out a few more things that I couldn't quite see. I was beyond confused. Then I watched as they started tossing the items into the lake, each one making a distinct splash as it smacked the water. Something was wrong. Out of nowhere, a wave of fear washed over me. I didn't know who these people were, but I started thinking they might be dangerous. I didn't know what to do. Thankfully, they started to leave without noticing me. I thought about turning a blind eye but couldn't bring myself to do it. I waited until they disappeared into the woods and slowly rowed my way over. I was shaking at this point. I got to the spot where I was pretty sure they had tossed everything. I started fishing, only this time I wasn't fishing for fish, I was going for something else entirely. I fished around for about an hour with no luck. I had to try something different. I racked my brain, trying to figure out what I could do, and just then I remembered my depth checker. I had it tucked away in my Volvo. I was determined at this point. I rowed back to shore, returned to my car, retrieved the depth checker, and rowed back to the spot. I was sweating heavily at this point. I poked around for a bit, feeling nothing but the squishy lake bottom, and then I felt something hard, something metal. I made a mental note of the spot and grabbed my rod. I took the rig off and replaced it with the largest hook I had. I let the spool out slowly, my pointer finger feeling the gentle movement of the line. 50 years of fishing experience was going into this one catch. I felt the slight resistance in the line, it had hit something. I moved the line around slowly, hoping I'd be able to snag it on whatever was down there. After about a minute, the line tugged a little harder than was normal. I was snagged. I reeled in slowly, careful not to drop my catch. What I pulled out of the water had me shivering in my boots. I stared at the black 9mm on the end of my line. Those thugs had thrown a gun into the lake. I didn't feel safe anymore. I didn't even bother looking around for the other items. I reeled the gun into my kayak, careful not to touch it, and hightailed it out of there. As soon as I got to dry land, I called the police. They launched a full investigation and recovered several more unsettling things from the lake. I insisted on watching them conduct their search because I needed to know what was at the bottom of that lake. They found a keychain with about 7 keys on it and a bunch of old foreign coins from different countries wrapped in a cloth. The most eerie thing they found, though, was a locket. It was waterlogged, so the pictures inside were faded and unintelligible. The police told me they'd contact me if they ever connected these dots to some kind of crime. They never called me, though. But the story didn't end there. One night, I don't remember how many days after this incident, I heard someone in my front yard say, "That was the car, I know it," and then people snooping around my yard. They never rang the bell or knocked on the door, but I heard multiple people circling my house, and then they just left. I have no idea if they were the same people, and if they were, I have no idea if I'm being watched any time I leave my house. I alerted the police once more, hoping this would reopen the investigation, but nothing became of it once again. I still have so many questions. Why would those items be buried in the first place, and why would those people go back just to dig them up and hide them again? Maybe they realized that there was a greater chance they'd be found in the ground, so they went back and threw them in the lake. Or maybe those items had been in that hole for years, and they decided to dig them up for some reason. All in all, this was the strangest thing that has ever happened to me while fishing. In the English county of Worcestershire lies the small village of Audingley. These days, Audingley is little more than a collection of sleepy country lanes and quaint Tudoresque homes, but in the early 19th century, Audingley was the site of a truly grisly, unsolved murder with some terrifyingly feasible occult connotations. In the late afternoon of June 24, 1806, the Reverend George Parker of Audingley Parish was out walking in his fields, looking to bring his cattle in for the evening. It had been a swelteringly hot summer's day, one that marked the feast of St. John the Baptist, or, as it used to be known to the ancient pagan population of the British Isles, Midsummer's Day. Audingley village had been particularly empty because many of the farmers had gone to the Midsummer Fair in nearby Bromsgrove, but for some reason, the Reverend Parker had chosen not to attend. Just why exactly the Reverend would choose not to attend such a holy festival is up for debate, but it's entirely possible it's due to the day's pre-Christian history. Whatever the reason, as Reverend Parker was walking across his fields that baking hot afternoon, someone was watching him, someone who was watching from a thicket of trees nearby, someone who didn't want to be seen. As the Reverend continued on his way and passed by the thicket, he heard something emerging from the bushes behind him. When he turned, the Reverend was greeted by a masked man wearing a thick, long leather coat. When asked his identity, the masked man said nothing. Instead, he simply produced a shotgun from under his coat and aimed it at the Reverend's gut. The Reverend raised a hand in his defense, foolishly hoping that he could stop a barrel full of buckshot from ripping through him with nothing but his bare palm. He begged the gunman not to fire, for he had a wife and a child back at home, and only a true monster would slay a man of God such as he. But still, the masked man stayed silent, offering nothing in response. Instead, he pulled the trigger of his shotgun and sent the Reverend falling back to the dirt. The masked man could have aimed at the Reverend's head or neck, opening an artery or bursting his skull like a coconut, but he didn't. He deliberately aimed at the man's sternum, and it seems he did so to ensure his victim was alive for what came next. The masked man took his time over the execution of his victim. Instead of ending his suffering there and then, the masked man kept the Reverend alive long enough for him to let out a series of agonized pleas for assistance. It's not clear whether or not the masked man simply watched in silence or passed along one final message to the dying man, but either way, his screams were so loud that they echoed for miles around. Then, instead of finishing off his victim with another blast of the shotgun, the masked man picked up a large stick that was lying in the grass nearby and proceeded to beat the Reverend about the skull so hard that by the time he was found, there was very little left to recognize him. By chance, two butchers by the name of Giles and Lynch had been walking through the area at the time of the attack and had heard the Reverend's blood-curdling screams as he was set upon by the masked man. They rushed towards the scene of the crime, and upon realizing that he had been detected, the masked man fled across the field with Giles in hot pursuit. Lynch did what he could for the dying clergyman, but his skull had been so badly crushed that he simply didn't stand a chance of recovery. All the butcher could do was comfort the Reverend as he uttered his final words. Meanwhile, Giles was racing after the masked man, unable to see the shotgun he held concealed under his long coat. As he got closer and closer, the masked man appeared to be slowing, fiddling with something at his waist. Giles saw his chance to apprehend the brigand and accelerated in preparation to tackle him, but the masked man turned, brought his shotgun to bear, and fired off a spray of deadly metal shrapnel. Giles was quick. He immediately dropped to the ground just before the trigger was pulled, and the buckshot went flying over his head. Knowing he would be killed if he continued the pursuit, Giles stayed down as the masked man fled, forced to watch as the criminal escaped into some nearby woods. By the time Giles had returned to his colleague Lynch, the Reverend had died, but not before managing to splutter out one final word before taking his final breath midsummer. Given that the murder victim was a man of the cloth, the level of outrage was off the charts, and the local populace demanded that the perpetrator be apprehended. The descriptions of the crime as well as the suspect were circulated far and wide in the hopes he might be located, with authorities taking the matter so seriously that certain ports were closed so that the murderer would be unable to flee the country. Several people came forward to say that the description of the attacker matched that of a local tradesman named Richard Hemming, and when sheriffs stopped by the man's home, they found that he had been missing for several days. Convinced they had their suspect, authorities scoured the surrounding countryside for several weeks, but not a trace of Hemming could be found. Finding him was one thing, but determining Hemming's motive was another thing entirely. It quickly struck investigators that the Reverend wasn't a popular man since he had hiked up his tenant's rent when he took over as the landowner, but this was something of an oversimplification. As investigators dug deeper and deeper into Ottingley's history, they found some very disturbing things indeed. When the Reverend Parker had taken over as landowner some years before, he found he had waded into a very isolated and culturally unique area of Worcestershire. Unlike the rest of the country, which adhered to a fairly rigid lifestyle of tithes, religious orthodoxy, and a strict adherence to the calendar of Christian festivals, Ottingley seemed to play by its own set of rules. The farmers there had become accustomed to paying a much lower rate of tax than their counterparts elsewhere and eschewed traditional Christian holidays in deference to midsummer. A man of the cloth such as Reverend Parker would have obviously found this kind of behavior abhorrent, maybe even verging on sacrilegious. But every attempt by him to bring the locals into line was outright rejected. Rumor has it that the raising of their rent occurred after repeated threats from the Reverend Parker, who urged the population of Ottingley to abandon their wicked ways and return to Jesus. If they did, the rent would remain at their accustomed rate, but they refused. The Reverend would bring their rent in line with the rest of the country. Then, following their defiance, the Reverend proved true to his word. Now it's very possible that Reverend Parker was killed by one of his tenants as retaliation for raising the rent. It's also very possible that his contempt for the unique religious practices was also a motivating factor. However, there are some who believe that the date of his murder is perhaps the most relevant detail of the case and that it gives us our one real hint into the dark, unholy nature of Ottingley village. Could it be that the Reverend was actually the scheduled midsummer sacrifice for that year and that his ritual execution just so happened to kill two birds with one stone? The wearing of the long leather coat certainly seems to suggest so, as it might well have been some kind of ritual garb meant for the midsummer executioner. This is also backed up by the use of the large stick as the weapon of choice. The murderer could have quite easily made the killing quick and painless, but they chose not to. Instead, the Reverend was killed with something natural, produced by Mother Nature, in a brutal and bloody fashion, possibly after some kind of rite or prayer was recited over his wounded form. But, without having apprehended the murderer, the true motive behind the killing was a complete mystery, one that would take almost 30 years to unravel. 24 years later, on a cold winter's morning in 1830, a groundskeeper named Charles Burton was tending to his duties on some Ottingley farmland. It seemed like any other day, but little did he know he was about to unearth a mystery that had plagued Ottingley for almost a quarter of a century. The farm had changed little since the gruesome events of 1806, and the new landowner was keen to renovate one of the run-down old barns. On the 21st of January, at 4 o'clock, as he was digging out the foundations of a particularly old barn that was to be completely replaced, the groundskeeper suddenly stumbled across a shoe, then bones, and fabric. To his horror, he realized that he had discovered a human corpse. Burton suspected at once whose remains it could be and alerted the authorities. The next day, constables accompanied him to the scene before spending a cold, frightening night guarding the skeleton. Over the next few days, The remains and the objects found lying with them were carefully examined. Investigators found that the victim's skull had been beaten into many pieces, and it was clear from the outset that whoever had been murdered had endured a savage and painful death before lying there undiscovered for decades. Given that the victim was dispatched in almost exactly the same way as the Reverend Parker, it was initially speculated that their killer could be one and the same. But when the skeleton was examined, the skull reconstructed, and the victim's belongings catalogued, investigators came to a shocking conclusion that the corpse belonged to none other than Richard Hemming, the man suspected of murdering the Reverend Parker all those years ago. So how exactly did Parker's murderer also come to suffer an equally gory death in almost exactly the same way? Well, if the confession of Mr. Tommy Clues is to be believed, Hemming's murder was the work of other villagers who wished to keep the whole thing a secret. It appears as if Hemming had drawn the proverbial short straw when it came to deciding who would be the Reverend's assassin, and the plan was for the members to meet up with their fellow conspirators at a piece of Ottingley farmland to confirm the deed had been done. Yet, for some reason, either to keep him quiet or as part of the wider midsummer sacrifice, Hemming was escorted to a barn and then attacked by his fellow conspirators. But again, instead of simply cutting his throat or shooting him, Hemming was subdued before his skull was smashed to pieces. We could understand if this was some kind of eye for an eye style of vengeance for killing a man of God, but we've already established that the Reverend was extremely unpopular among the locals. Sure, the other villagers may have wished to keep Hemming quiet after all. Dead men tell no tales, but it also seems feasible that the ceremonial killing of the man who himself committed a ritual slaughter might well be part of some wider scheme of pagan sacrifice. Although no one was ever arrested for either murder, there were rumors that one of the surviving conspirators was terrified of vengeful spirits right up until the day he died. Tommy Clue's confession was essentially on his deathbed, but his refusal to name the rest of those involved caused authorities to threaten him with prosecution. However, the old man died before he could ever face a judge, and the secrets of Reverend Parker's murder were buried with him. Yet the village of Ottingley survives to this day, and the conspiring villagers no doubt had sons and daughters who, in turn, bore children of their own. The unholy traditions that led to the Reverend's death might well have survived too, passed from generation to generation, each taking up the bloody traditions of their forefathers. It's a chilling enough thought to avoid the country lanes around Ottingley in late July, lest you become the next midsummer sacrifice, whose final image on this earth will be a masked man in a long leather coat swinging the limb of an oak tree down onto your skull. This happened when I was in my late 30s on a fishing trip to celebrate a promotion I had received from my job. Throughout my young adult years, I've always been out on the water and never once had come across anything or had a reason to be afraid. However, this one night of the trip took my fascination with fishing and crushed it. The night of my trip, I had stopped my boat to save fuel and found myself on my boat watching over the ocean. It was a quiet and calm night, and there was no land for miles, just the sound of the calm waves hitting the boat. So there I was, sitting on top of my boat somewhere in the mid-Atlantic, when I saw something. I got out my binoculars, and with the light from the moon, I was able to see something bobbing along the water. Because of how dark it was too difficult to see just what it was. My first thought was to get my wife, who was sleeping, but I didn't want to wake her. The closer it got, I then made it out to be a raft of some type, tied together with bamboo and a tarp strapped to it. Upon this raft was not a single soul. The chances of coming across a raft this far out at sea were small enough. In this part of the ocean, the scary part about this was thinking about the person or people who once sailed that raft, why they sailed, and how they met their fate. That is what stuck with me. Submitted to me all the way back in 2015, this account was sent by a mother of 2 children, a 6-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl. Almost every night, between the hours of 12 and 5 a.m., the boy would come to the parents' bedroom crying that he was scared because someone or something was in his room at the edge of his bed. The boy would claim that every night, the person or thing would come out from his closet and move to the same spot at the foot of his bed, standing there without moving. The first few times, the parents would check the boy's bedroom just to make him feel better. The closet door would always be open, and when questioned about why it was always open when it was supposed to be shut, he would insist it was because he was telling the truth about the thing in his closet. Every time the parents showed their son that the closet was empty, he would go back to sleep. Their 8-year-old daughter never had any similar issues. For a few nights, the parents allowed him to sleep in their room on the floor with a blanket. Eventually, though, after this had been going on for too long, the parents decided to humor him one more time and asked him to draw what the thing at the foot of his bed looked like. His drawing sent chills down his parents' spines. It depicted a grudge-like figure that seemed terrifying enough to give a grown man nightmares, let alone a 6-year-old boy. There also appeared to be something at the window, and when questioned about this, the boy said that he sometimes saw it at the window too when it wasn't at the foot of his bed. The parents' solution to this was to move their son's bed to the spare bedroom across the hall, which didn't have any big closets. The mother who submitted this couldn't help but feel a little creeped out herself by the drawing, especially every time he came crying to their room in the middle of the night. As a child, I always found attics to be mysterious places, filled with forgotten treasures and hidden secrets. But what I discovered in the attic of my childhood home would forever change my perception of those dusty, cobweb-covered spaces. It all started on a lazy summer afternoon, when my parents decided it was time to clean out the attic and rid of the clutter that had accumulated over the years. As we climbed the creaky stairs and pushed open the heavy attic door, a wave of nostalgia washed over me, mingled with a sense of trepidation at what we might find hidden in the shadows. The attic was a labyrinth of old boxes and forgotten relics, with dusty furniture and forgotten memories scattered among the cobwebs. As we began to sift through the detritus of years gone by, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that some unseen presence lurked just out of sight, waiting for the perfect moment to reveal itself. And then, as I reached the far corner of the attic, I saw it, a small, nondescript box tucked away behind a pile of old blankets. Curiosity getting the better of me, I reached out and opened the box, revealing its contents to the dim light of the attic. Inside were photographs old and yellowed with age, depicting scenes from another time. But as I looked closer, I realized that these were no ordinary photographs. They were images of my family, taken long before I was born, in a house that looked eerily similar to the one we were currently in. As I flipped through the photographs, a sense of unease settled over me, as if I was peering into a past that had been intentionally forgotten. And then, as I reached the bottom of the box, I found a photograph that sent a chill down my spine, a picture of a young boy standing in front of the same attic door, his eyes wide with fear. It was then that I realized the truth. The attic was haunted by the spirits of those who had come before, trapped in a liminal space between the past and the present. As I looked around at the dusty relics of a bygone era, I knew that I would never be able to forget the horrors that lurked within the forgotten attic of my childhood home. As a child growing up in a small town nestled among dense woods, I often found myself drawn to the mysterious allure of the forest. But what I encountered there on one fateful day would haunt me for years to come. It was a warm summer afternoon, and my friends and I had decided to explore the woods behind our neighborhood. Armed with nothing but our youthful curiosity and a sense of adventure, we ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, eager to uncover its secrets. As we wandered among the towering trees and tangled undergrowth, a sense of unease began to creep over me. The air grew still, and the sounds of bird song and rustling leaves were replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to hang heavy in the air. Ignoring my growing sense of dread, I pressed on, determined to uncover the truth behind the whispers that seemed to echo through the trees. But as we reached a clearing in the forest, the source of the whispers became clear. A dilapidated old house hidden among the trees like a forgotten relic of the past. As we approached the house, a chill ran down my spine, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me. The air was thick with a sense of malevolence, and the shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. With trembling hands, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped into the darkness beyond. What I found inside would stay with me for the rest of my life. A room filled with decaying furniture and cobweb-covered relics of a bygone era. But it was what lay at the center of the room that filled me with terror. A child's doll, its eyes wide with a look of pure malevolence. And as I stared into those lifeless eyes, I felt a presence watching me from the shadows. A presence that seemed to hunger for something far more sinister than mere flesh and blood. With a cry of terror, I fled from the house, my friends close behind me. But even as we ran, I could still hear the whispers echoing through the woods, a chilling reminder of the horrors that lurked within. To this day, I cannot shake the feeling that something evil dwells within those woods, something ancient and malevolent that preys on the innocent and the unsuspecting. And though I have long since left that small town behind, the memory of that day will haunt me forever, a reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of our reality. Me and my 3 friends were in New York around Christmas time. We didn't finally decide to leave until about maybe 2 o'clock in the morning. We got on the first train that we could catch, and as expected, it was empty. We were pretty sobered up by then. Then there was a sudden commotion in the next car over. We had peeped through the glass in between the cars, and there were 2 hooded men, or maybe teenagers, standing obnoxiously close to a woman sitting in one of the seats who was screaming for help. I suggested that we go over and kick their asses, but as me and a buddy got a closer look, we saw they were armed with handguns. I pushed all my friends to get to the next car over, away from the armed men. I took a look back and saw one of the men pointing at us before starting to follow. We ran through at least 3 different cars with the men following us before the train finally stopped at the next station. We all booked it through the old station to the nearest place we could hide. I got separated from my friends, so I went to hide behind a garbage can. I could hear my chaser's shoes hitting the tiled floors, so I knew I had no time to find a better hiding spot. I peeked through the opening at the top of the bin. I could get a better look at them now. One was black, the other was Indian, and they were both really young looking. I was sure they were only trying to rob us until I heard one of them say, "If you find them, kill them." I hope you understand why I almost gave away my position in reaction to hearing this, with a gasp and almost pulling the garbage bin down with me as I returned to cover it. I consider it a miracle neither of them caught me. They left the area. I took notice that they didn't have their guns drawn at that moment. I ran in the opposite direction of the 2 and quickly caught my friends who were waving me over from behind a large pole. I took cover with them behind another pole not far from that one, and we waited for as long as we thought necessary. The big shock to the story, though, was when we caught a glimpse of the woman from the train, who we thought was being threatened by the 2 men, walking over in the direction of the men and then calling something along the lines of, "Where are they? Don't tell me you didn't get them." The 2 men reappeared from beyond a corner, walking over to the woman. The rest of what they said was too low to pick up on. They walked back down the stairs to the platforms and, as we could guess, waited for another train to run their trap again. At the very least, we called the police and reported what was going on, but I have no idea if they were ever caught. Our first story begins on a Friday night, the air thick with anticipation. A young man named Jack, an avid gamer, scoured online marketplaces for a deal on a used console, eager to dive into the latest releases. He stumbled upon an offer that seemed too good to be true, a current-gen console, practically brand new, being sold at a fraction of the retail price. The seller, only identified as KL, was vague in his responses, claiming he simply needed to get rid of it. Despite a prickle of unease, Jack dismissed his better judgment and arranged to meet KL at a dimly lit gas station later that evening. The seller, a gaunt man with nervous eyes, arrived in a beat-up car, the console hastily wrapped in a garbage bag. He practically shoved it into Jack's hands, eager to be rid of the device. Jack, his excitement overriding his apprehension, paid the man and hurried home, eager to boot up his new purchase. As he connected the console to his TV, he noticed an unsettling detail he had overlooked in his haste, a single deep scratch etched across the top of the console, almost resembling a cryptic symbol. Brushing it off as nothing more than cosmetic damage, Jack grabbed his controller and prepared to enter a world of digital entertainment. From the moment he pressed the power button, things felt off. The console whirred to life with an unnatural hum, the fan noise louder and more erratic than it should have been. The screen flickered, displaying distorted images and garbled text before snapping into focus, revealing the console's home screen. But something was different. The usual cheerful background was replaced with a static image of a dark, desolate forest, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Jack chalked it up to a corrupted hard drive, a minor inconvenience he could easily fix with a factory reset. As he navigated the console's menu, he noticed strange glitches, the cursor moving on its own, selecting options he hadn't chosen. The console seemed to have a mind of its own, its actions becoming increasingly erratic and unsettling. Unease curdled in his stomach, but Jack, determined to make his new purchase work, continued to tinker with the settings, attempting to restore the console to its factory settings. His efforts were met with resistance, the console seemingly fighting back, the screen flashing with disturbing imagery, grotesque figures with hollow eyes and gaping maws flickering in and out of existence. Cold dread washed over Jack as he realized that this was no ordinary glitch. Almost 10 years ago, I was in college down in Florida when I received a call from my ex-girlfriend, with whom I had only broken up about 6 months prior. I didn't recognize the number at first, as I had switched cell phone carriers not long before. I had never been one to answer calls from unknown numbers, but since I was in college, I often received calls from professors, financial aid representatives, and people inviting me to D&D games in the dorms. So, I kind of nervously answered, hoping it was something good. I recognized the voice immediately, and as soon as I did, my heart sank. There was a reason I hadn't given her my new number, and I wondered just how she had gotten hold of it. She said, "We need to talk," to which I replied that I wasn't sure we really did. It had been 6 months, and I thought we were out of each other's lives. She insisted, saying, "No, we really need to talk. Are you sitting down? Because I have something to tell you." My initial thought was that she was pregnant. And I won't lie, I felt myself getting weak in the knees. I sat down on my bed, feeling my heart racing in my chest and my hands getting clammy, bracing myself for the bad news. Then she told me, "We got a patient in the ER from a car accident, and she didn't make it. I'm so sorry, but it was your mom." My ex worked as an emergency room nurse, and getting that news absolutely destroyed me. I was in shock. For some reason, I tried calling her cell, but she didn't pick up. Of course, she didn't pick up. So, I hung up and called my little brother to give him the news. We cried like babies as I told him everything, how my ex had given me the news ahead of time, how she wasn't answering her phone, all that stuff. He confirmed that she had driven over to Walmart about an hour ago and lamented not making the most of his last goodbye with her. Then, in the middle of our heartfelt conversation, I heard him shout, "Mom," out of nowhere. She wasn't dead, she had just walked through the door, super confused about what was going on. Long story short, my ex had lied, and she did so because she wanted to hurt me, quote, just like I'd hurt her. At this point, I should tell you that I cheated on her with a girl in college, but I was at least man enough to admit it and have her break up with me. I'm not saying I didn't deserve some kind of revenge, but dear God, not that brutal. Ex-boyfriends can be terrible, sure, but some ex-girlfriends can be absolute psychos. When I was in high school, I lived in a really small town in Texas. It was the kind of place where everyone was either related to each other or hated each other. I had no family there, so yeah, but I did have a pretty blonde girlfriend and was pretty hated for that too. Nothing major, just petty harassment and occasional fights, but it had been escalating. That's why, on Valentine's Day, my girlfriend and I decided to skip the school dance and just stay in and watch a movie at her house while her parents were out. It was just better to avoid trouble. We borrowed her dad's car, a little Honda hatchback, and went into town. We stopped at the video store for a movie and went to the Dairy Queen for some ice cream, and then we headed home. Now, she lived in the complete boonies, out in the middle of the woods along a lonely road with no street lights at all. We were just chatting and eating our blizzards when, all of a sudden, a car came up behind us. No big deal, but what was a very big deal was that when the headlights flooded the interior of our car, I saw two hands in the back seat and a head coming from the hatchback part of the car. As soon as the lights hit, the head and hands retreated back down. A solid chill ran through the entire length of my body. I slowly reached down and pulled out my pocket knife, the only thing I had. She saw me and asked what was wrong. Loudly, I said nothing, I just had to stop at my friend's house real quick. But she knew that I didn't have any friends. I pulled over at the next house that came up and jumped out of the car, yelling at her to jump out too. She jumped out quickly, in total confusion. I flipped the driver's seat forward and lunged into the back seat in full maniac mode. He popped up like a jack-in-the-box with empty hands, waving, "Hey, hey, hey, what's up?" It was some weird kid from our high school who we had never seen in our entire lives, let alone spoken to before. I said, "What the heck are you doing in our car?" His reply was, "I thought you guys were going to the dance, and I was just hitching a ride." We sat there, staring at him with our mouths open, wondering what to do. We tried to act real cool, and obviously, we were in the middle of nowhere in some random person's driveway, so whatever he was planning was forgotten. We actually ended up driving him to the dance and dropping him off. The whole time, he's telling us to come inside with him. Yeah, I don't think so. We dropped his ass off and bolted out of there as soon as we could. As soon as he got out of the car, my girlfriend started crying and shaking. She was so freaked out. I have no idea what he was trying to do when the lights caught him crawling out of the hatchback. This took place around 2008, if my memory serves me right. My family and I had just moved to Costa Rica, and we enjoyed spending most of our time at the beach, particularly one near a lovely little river where I liked to swim. It was on this same beach that 9-year-old me found a dead body floating in the ocean. To give a little context, I had been playing on the beach, which we thought was relatively safe, so my parents were farther up. How wrong we were about it being safe. I remember seeing something floating in the water, but I wasn't sure what it was. I went to investigate and found a dead man just floating there. Part of his leg had been hacked off. It was obvious he had not drowned. The man had clearly been murdered. Around this time, we had heard about a recent string of murders that had happened both on the Caribbean side of Costa Rica, where we were, and on the Pacific side. The murders had been happening every 6 months, rotating between both regions of the country, so there was reason to assume this murder had been done by the same person since it seemed to fit the timeline. As far as I can remember, the details of the murder were never disclosed in any of the local newspapers, only that the man had been a tourist from England. So there was no way for anyone who had not seen the man on the beach to know the specifics of his murder. Eventually, the whole thing blew over, and we returned to that same beach. I can't quite remember the time frame, but it was definitely within a few months of me finding the dead man that this next part happened. One day, I was swimming in the river with my mother when a very strange man popped up out of the water, startling us. He had a spear gun in hand and a snorkel mask on. He began talking to my mom, and I think we could both tell that something was just off about this guy. I wasn't really paying attention for most of their conversation, but I do remember him bringing up the recent murder on the beach. He seemed to know a great deal of details about it, which, as I previously mentioned, were not available to the public. It almost seemed as if he was trying to confess that he was the one who murdered the man without directly saying so. He also talked about how he traveled between the Caribbean and the Pacific side of Costa Rica, spending half a year in each spot. Eventually, they also got on the topic of what he did for a living. He went into great detail about how he made the masks for the movie Eyes Wide Shut and that he would make those masks, and presumably others, based on real live human emotions. He specifically liked capturing the look of fear. We were totally taken aback by this guy and didn't really know what to do. Eventually, he just got back into the river and swam away, and thankfully we never saw him again. I do not know if this is related or not, but the weird string of murders suddenly stopped after that. Walmart attracts the weirdest people. It was Black Friday, meaning me and my brothers were going video game shopping. Our first and only stop was Walmart. The place was absolutely mobbed, and being Walmart, it was mobbed with the wrong kinds of people, gross, weird, and just creepy people everywhere trying to save a few bucks on already cheap products. We rode the escalators upstairs to the video game section. I was looking for the latest Call of Duty game personally, but my brothers were looking for some other game I don't remember. Then out of nowhere, some creepy heavy oldish man who smelled like vomit walked up to me and said, "You like video games, huh?" "Yeah," I said. I began to slowly slide away, just to show that I wasn't interested in conversation. "My son likes video games too. Maybe you should come over and play some with him. He really craves company." The man gave me a creepy smile. "Oh, no, I'm not from around town, sorry," that's all I could think of saying. I didn't even give him a chance to keep this conversation going. Hell, I wasn't obligated to stand there and talk to this guy. I simply gave him a smile and called my brother's name out while walking away just to seem distracted. I did a quick backward glance. He was just staring at me as I walked away. I made it to the next aisle over and immediately felt comfort in being next to my brothers. I waited around until they finally found their game, and we headed over to the checkout counters. The lines were insane. I knew it would probably take 10 to 15 minutes just to make it to the counters, so I took that opportunity to check out some of the jeans and t-shirt sales. At one point, I found myself in probably the most secluded corner of the store checking out some t-shirts when someone grabbed my arm hard. I thought it was my brother messing with me, so I turned around and told him to go off, but it wasn't him. It was the man. I started calling for help, screaming that I didn't know this man. Some people came over and stared, but that was about it. The man let go and walked away. I don't know what he was thinking or planning on trying in a public place. I didn't tell my brothers what happened out of embarrassment, but they picked up on the fact that I was quiet afterward. It's nothing, I kept telling them. We got into my brother's Camaro, and when I sat down, I looked to the entrance of the Walmart. There he was, sitting on the bench facing me. As we were leaving the lot, we had to pass right in front of the store. I got one last look at the creepy man. His head moved ever so slightly to constantly face me, even through the car window at night. I gave him the finger, but it didn't seem to influence him in the slightest. That was the last I ever saw of him. Walmart attracts the weirdest people. The year I turned 13, my friend invited me and 2 other friends to stay at his house on Halloween night. He had a fairly large house outside of our town, and it was the perfect place to go trick-or-treating. He decided it would be cool to go out and get sweets for a movie. Fast forward, we were near the end of our trick-or-treating route, and at one house, a woman answered the door. She was tall and skinny with shoulder-length hair. Her house was disgusting. We could smell the odor of cigarettes from inside. She was quick to tell us that there were no more sweets left. However, she could try to find something for us. After a couple of minutes of waiting, she came back with an old brown paper bag with old-looking candy inside. We kindly denied the bag and told her we were getting picked up, so we better go. She grabbed one of my friends and said, "No, please," but my friend pulled away, and then she quickly shut the door. We knocked on a few more houses before hearing something going on near the parking lot of the housing complex. Someone exclaimed, "They took my child. They took her, they took her." It was her, that woman, and she was banging on my friend's parents' car. She was throwing herself at the car and hitting it with her fists. A couple of neighbors came out to the commotion. They seemed to know who she was. They apologized to us, saying it was a big misunderstanding. We quickly got into the car, and my friend's mom started driving us out. We didn't get far before the woman jumped in front of the car, claiming one of us was her child. The neighbors once again pulled her away. It was later that night, however, when things truly began. We stayed up late like any teenagers do at sleepovers, watching some scary movies. Out of nowhere, the light turned on in the hall. We could see it under the closed door of the bedroom. We assumed it was my friend's parents, about to come in and tell us to get some sleep. However, no one came in. I decided to take a peep out the door, but there was nothing at all. My friends joined me to see why the light suddenly turned on out of nowhere. My friend said, "It's her." Through a large window facing the backyard, you could see that woman standing there looking in. However, the second she saw us stare at her, she ran away. Disturbed by this, we went back inside the bedroom and locked the door. We were obviously quite shaken up by this. Who was she? What did she want? We sat around for an hour, nervous and on high alert. However, we eventually managed to fall asleep. The next morning, my friend's mom told us that the situation at the housing complex had shaken her up so much she thought she had seen that woman standing over her bed in the middle of the night. My friends and I never even told her we saw that woman at the house that night, which led us to wonder, what if, just maybe, that woman actually was inside the house that night? I somewhat recently got my first real job as a teacher at a public elementary school in a nearby neighborhood. It was the first school year I was teaching, and at this point, it was only September, so needless to say, I was still learning the ropes. It was honestly pretty stressful. I teach a first grade class of around 20 kids, so you can imagine how chaotic it would get at times, especially with my lack of experience. I remember one day I was in the middle of assigning the kids a worksheet for spelling simple words when the principal's voice came over the school's loudspeaker and ordered a lockdown. Now, being a new teacher, I wasn't yet informed of when the school had practiced lockdown drills around the year. Therefore, I had no idea if this was a drill or not. But I knew either way I had to follow protocol. I turned off the room's lights, locked the doors and windows, and had the kids sit against the walls out of sight. I'd say maybe 5 minutes passed in complete silence when I could faintly start to hear doors being banged on down the hall. I could feel my heart start to race as the sounds got louder, as whoever was banging on the doors got closer. At this point, I still had no idea whether it was just the principal checking all the classroom locks or an actual intruder in the school. But my thoughts were interrupted by one of my students bursting out crying. It was too loud. There's no doubt whoever was outside would have been able to hear it. I could tell the banging outside stopped in response to the noise, shortly after followed by a single pair of footsteps walking up to the door. It was silent for a few seconds, but the silence was quickly broken by a male's voice yelling out, "Hey guys, I think there's kids in this one," and that confirmed this lockdown was real. More footsteps could be heard running up to the door, and that's when genuine attempts to break down the door were made by multiple people. At that point, not a single kid in the class wasn't crying or screaming in fear. I didn't know what to do. I was never trained for this kind of situation. And that's when 2 gunshots could be heard, but they didn't come from the intruders. Police were now inside the building. Right after the shots were fired, the intruders could be heard running down the hall. 30 minutes later, we were given the all clear. It turns out the intruders were 3 local high school students. They were eventually caught, but when asked why they did it, they would say close to nothing, although one of the kids claimed it was a bet. But personally, I don't believe that for a second. No bet is worth going to court over and even possibly losing your freedom. I firmly believe they had much worse intentions. Although most likely traumatized, luckily, no one was physically hurt. The shots that were fired by the police were claimed to have been warning shots and were aimed directly into the ground. It's been 2 years since this all happened, and I still teach first grade at the same school and even in the same classroom. To this day, those bullet holes can still be seen in the school's hallway. I'll never forget my little sister's 5th birthday, but not for a positive reason. It was at a tea room type place that did princess parties for kids' birthdays. I didn't want to participate in any of the activities or princess interactions since I was worried about people thinking I was a baby, like a typical tough 6th grader. Instead, I was playing on my DS in a chair in the hallway when a random woman approached me and asked, "Hey, you're Michelle's kid, right?" Michelle is my mom's name, so I told her, "Yeah." This lady tells me that she's my Aunt Laura and that I was probably too little to remember the last time we saw each other. She started talking about how big I had gotten and asked how I was doing in school. I was pretty used to these kinds of interactions with relatives, so I didn't question it at all and gave the usual answers. Laura then told me that she brought a large dollhouse as a birthday present and needed help carrying it out of her car. She told me that she also had brought another cake and offered me the first slice if I helped her. I was almost 12, so I was taught about creeps and the fact that this was an almost textbook kidnapping scenario. But like I said, these kinds of interactions were super common in my family. I also admit that I made the mistake of trusting Laura more because she was a woman, so I agreed to help and followed Laura out the back door. The car wasn't parked, it was still running with a man in the driver's seat. Laura could tell that the man being there made me suspicious, so she quickly told me that that was my Uncle Daniel and started urging me to hurry with the dollhouse before the cake frosting melted. I got a bad gut feeling. Why hadn't she asked Daniel to help her carry the dollhouse in, and why did they keep the car running when there were plenty of empty spots to park in? I stood where I was and refused to move. Laura's tone became much less friendly as she was now commanding me to come to the car. She tried to tug my jacket sleeve, but I swatted her hand away and yelled at her to stop. She looked furious, and for a second, I thought Daniel was about to step out of the car. Thankfully, we all heard my mom and aunt loudly yelling my name. Laura jumped in the car, and she and Daniel both took off. I ran through the back door and met my mom and aunt halfway inside. I immediately told them what happened. My mom hugged me and told me she was so sorry and that everything would be okay, while my aunt told the tea room workers. They basically put the tea room into lockdown and had all the kids gather in one room to make sure no one else had gone missing. Thankfully, no one had. The police eventually came to speak to me about what had happened. I told them as much as I could about Laura and Daniel. The police officers I spoke to promised me that they would get back to me and my mom if they found out anything new, but we never heard anything back from the police about Laura or Daniel or whatever their real names were. As far as we know, they've never been caught. I still have no idea how Laura knew my mom's name. I just try to be grateful that I'm okay and avoid thinking about what would have happened to me if I hadn't listened to my gut and had followed Laura to the trunk of her car. Another strange thing happened in 2013 when I was 17. My family was looking at a house, and the owner showed up to talk with my parents. He seemed like a nice older man and mentioned that he had built the house himself. It was a pretty nice two-story house overlooking a river. Anyway, I was standing back, watching everyone talk, when suddenly, there was a break in the conversation. The owner turned away from my parents and his expression completely. And instantly, he changes from a kind of happy expression to the most sinister and hateful scowl I've ever seen. I don't think he noticed me watching, and I probably appeared to be on my phone as my head was down. As soon as he turned back, he instantly went back to smiling. It was so creepy to me and honestly made me feel sick. I told my mom, who also said it was kind of weird, but maybe he's just awkward. So, we got the house, moved in, and the next weekend, my family was going to church. I didn't feel like going, so they all left me at home. It was Sunday morning, about 11 a.m., when I heard really loud banging outside. It was rhythmic, and it was coming from the side of the house. I was on the other side of the house, on the second floor. Honestly, my dumbass thought it was maybe the wind. It was stormy that day, and I didn't think much of it. It stopped after about 5 minutes. 10 minutes later, I heard walking around downstairs, chairs moving, kitchen cabinets opening, and the fridge opening. I immediately, quietly locked my door, grabbed my baseball bat, and called 911. While telling them my address, I texted my mom, telling her that someone was in the house and that I had called 911. At that point, the operator said someone was 10 minutes out. I told her I heard steps walking toward the stairs. Basically, the house is so thin, I could track where he was in the house. At this time, my mom responded that she was on her way, but she was 30 minutes away. Here's a 17-year-old, 5 feet 2 inches, 100 pounds girl, hunkered in her room, full well knowing that if he came in, he'd overpower me and take the bat. I was terrified. I heard him walk down the hallway toward my door, and I saw the handle turn and stop. It was locked. I heard him standing there, not moving. I could even hear his breathing. It felt like forever, but really it was about 10 seconds. I heard him turn, go back down, and I heard the back door open and shut. About 3 minutes later, the police pulled up. The 911 operator asked if I could let them in or if they needed to force their way inside. I knew he had left, so I let them in. No one was there, no sign of forced entry, nothing. When my mom got there, she looked at my stepdad and asked if he had changed the locks. He hadn't. I think the creepiest part, and what really validated my story, was that my mom had just vacuumed the hallway and there were shoe prints larger than anyone in our house. The police hadn't even been up there, they stopped just outside my room. Thank you. My friends and I were never the smartest group. We did some really stupid stunts like going to abandoned areas, vacant homes, etc. But the worst of all the things we did was when we went to the cemetery one night. Every other thing we did, nothing ever happened, but this time was different. We were sophomores in high school, and it was a Friday night, so of course we were hanging out. Most of the time, we didn't have a plan for anything. We would just kind of come up with things to do as the night went on. By 12, two of our friends had decided to go home because they were tired, which left just me and my friend Dan. Neither of us were that tired, but we also didn't want to sit around at home bored all night. Dan brought up the cemetery by his house and said it'd be spooky and exciting to walk around that night. With nothing better to do, I agreed. I don't remember thinking anything of it. Sure, it would be a little creepy and eerie, but I knew it was just a regular cemetery. We took Dan's car and drove to his house, where we parked and walked down the block to the gate surrounding the graveyard. There was a huge entrance gateway, but the gate that went around the perimeter was more of a short wooden fence. We climbed over with ease, and right away, we got a rush of adrenaline. It was a creepy place, no doubt. There was almost no light, only a few dim standing lamps spread across the graveyard. I'm not sure what our goal was, but I think it was just to walk across the whole place without getting scared and then leave. We passed 10 or 15 gravestones when Dan came to a stop. He was looking ahead and told me to wait. I couldn't see much, but in the distance, I could barely make out a figure standing next to one of the gravestones, walking closer to us. Both me and Dan were unsure what to do and just stood there. We both assumed we had totally been caught by one of the graveyard keepers and were probably gonna get arrested or something. The man stopped several feet away, still too far for us to get a good look at him. "What are you two doing here?" he asked. Dan nervously said that we were just exploring. "Well, I'm gonna have to show you two out," he said. He told us to follow him and began walking back in the direction he came in. I think both of us were regretting not running away when we first saw him. As we walked behind him, he passed under one of those standing lamps and both Dan and I immediately froze. The man was wearing ragged clothes, nothing like a graveyard keeper would be wearing. This guy looked like he was homeless. The man must have heard us stop. He turned around, and you could see in his face that this man was crazy. He took a step toward us. "Come here," he said angrily. Dan turned and ran, and I did the same. The man's footsteps behind me were so close it felt like he was going to tackle me at any second. My adrenaline kept me going, and we managed to jump the fence. We heard the man stop on the other side, then punch the wood fence in frustration. We immediately went home and told no one except for our friends because we knew what we were doing was illegal. Both of us think that that man was some homeless person who was probably trying to rob us or maybe do something much worse. Luckily, we never made the mistake of going back there again. Every year our small town has a fairly popular carnival and rodeo. It's pretty much the only thing anyone around here looks forward to, or lows, considering how many drunk tourists seem to find their way here and make fools of themselves dressing like cowboys. One night during the carnival 2 years ago, my mom decided to take my brother, myself, and 2 of my friends for the night to have some fun. We ended up parking on a residential street a few blocks away from the fairgrounds because there's no parking pretty much anywhere else. After a half-ass attempt at remembering the name of the street and the general area where we left our car, we all went on our way. Well, later that night, we couldn't remember for the life of us exactly where the car was. We searched street after street for 30 minutes with no luck. Finally, my mom, after seeing how tired we all were, told us to sit on the curb and wait while she went and looked. We were all well aware of stranger danger and we're in a nice neighborhood, plus the community rarely has problems with violence of any sort, so we 3 15-year-old girls and 1 12-year-old boy thought there was nothing to worry about. 5 minutes after my mom disappeared, we hear the grass crunching on the lawn behind us, and all of us whip around to see who was now standing there. An older, lanky man with a hunchback and the coldest expression I'd ever seen was staring at us. Because his back was hunched, he stood there kind of crookedly. He didn't move or blink as he glared at us. "Why are you sitting on my curb?" he snapped, still not moving. It was unnerving how still he was. We immediately felt guilty, thinking this was just some scared or confused old man wondering why some teenagers were sitting outside of his house. I explained the situation to him, that my mom had gone to find our car and we would move across the street if we were bothering him. He stayed silent for a few seconds, then stared me down and said, "Come inside." The next few minutes are a blur as my adrenaline kicked in, and I was getting more and more scared of this man by the second. We didn't have the sense to just run. For some reason, he kept repeating, "Come inside." "What are you waiting for? Come inside my house. Get over here now. Get in my house." No matter what we said, he didn't seem to hear, and he thankfully didn't move from his spot on the lawn, like he just expected us to come with him. He was especially focused on my friend and me, just telling us over and over again to go with him inside his house. No matter how much we tried to get in his head that my mom was coming back soon, the look in his eyes just kept getting colder and more furious the longer he stood there. It didn't occur to me that his hand had been hidden behind his back the entire time until my mom showed up. We were all relieved, saying, "See, we told you, there she is." And like now, my mom is a scary woman. She does not take shit and she'll happily start throwing punches if she feels the situation calls for it. So immediately she was in mama bear mode and furiously telling off this old man after she saw how freaked out we all were. He was just now starting to move back to his house. He slunk away from her and glared at the 4 of us, batting his free hand at her, cursing and mumbling to himself. We watched him go, and as he turned around, my blood went cold. In the hand that he had been hiding was a large knife. It glinted off the street lamp, and we all hurried away to our car that my mom had found. My friends and I tried to laugh it off, but we were all scared and not willing to be alone for the rest of the night. It's seriously scary to think about what was running through that old man's head, especially since he was holding that damn knife the whole time. So, creepy old man with a knife behind his back, let's not meet. At night, I like to play video games as a hobby quite a bit. This is my scariest experience while doing so. I remember that I was playing online on some game with random people. I had a headset and would talk to them. Most of you know that in online gaming, people sometimes say some crazy stuff, but on this night, it seemed pretty tame. I remembered towards the end, shortly before I would go to bed, I was starting to get tired. I was playing this one game with basically just one other person. It was a man, and we were talking about the game over our headsets. During the game, I remember he asked me some somewhat personal questions. I didn't think too much of it and figured that he was just making conversation. The things he asked me were what my name was, to which I only gave my first name, and where I was from. I only told him my state, and I'm pretty sure I asked him the same questions back, but I honestly don't remember his answers. There wasn't anything really that creeped me out or anything. There were maybe a few more questions, but nothing that stood out. I remember that after a while, I got tired, and I told him that I was getting off. I do remember him asking why, and I said that I was going to bed. Afterwards, he sent me a friend request on the game, which was not a big deal. But it was either the following day or the day after that, he sent me a friend request on Facebook. I did not know it at the time, though. When I would go on Facebook, I would accept most friend requests unless it was clearly a bot. This guy appeared real, and I accepted it, not knowing who he was at all. He started to message me a short time later. I remember he said hi and asked me what I was doing and stuff as if we were friends. I asked him who he was and he responded, saying we had played video games together a few days earlier. That's when I realized this had to be the same guy. Obviously, I had no idea what the guy looked like. When I heard this, I was surprised that he had found me on Facebook. I never told him my last name or the city that I was from. It kind of creeped me out. Plus, based on the guy's page and photos, he did seem pretty weird. I decided at that point to delete him as a friend. But the day after that, the guy followed me on Instagram. He then started messaging me there. He asked me why I deleted him and sent me like 4 other messages. When I saw them, I deleted and blocked him from Instagram as well. I thought that was the end of it, but a couple of days later, I got a text message from him out of nowhere. An unknown number texted me. When I looked, I figured it was a wrong number until the texter said their name, and it was a long, angry text about how I blocked him and stuff. This creeped me out more than anything. I blocked his number and hoped that I would stop hearing from him. Obviously, I deleted him from being friends on the game as well. After this, I did stop hearing from him. I still wonder, though, how he found me. I mean, the only thing he had to go off of was my first name and state. How did he find my number? My only thought is that he possibly messaged somebody who knew me on Facebook, claiming that he was my friend and wanted to know my number or something. I never asked around, so I can't confirm it, though. Either way, it's really creepy what he did, and I'm glad that I haven't heard from him since. My name is Valor. I'm 24 years old, and this was the most horrifying experience of my life. I live and work in New York City, but I don't have a car, so my main mode of transportation is the subway. It was a Saturday night. I was on my way home from a party in the middle of the night. I did this about every other weekend, so I was completely fine with taking the subway alone at night. Walking down the steps, entering the underground without a soul in sight, it was always a bit chilling. This specific station was very tightly spaced. As I was walking, I could almost feel as if I were being watched or followed, along with the occasional echoing bang-type sound emitting from an unknown location. I was early for the train, so I sat on a bench and waited. This is something straight out of a horror movie. I heard this exact phrase, "Over here, buddy." There was somebody standing on the tracks inside the tunnel, poking his head out and looking at me. It was a filthy-looking man, I'd say in his early 40s. He gave me a smile, a horrible yellow smile with at least 3 teeth missing, and I could tell that even from where I was sitting. I did the best I could to pay no attention to him, but he wouldn't go away. There was laughing coming from inside the tunnel, and then another disgusting-looking man stuck his face out as well. This man gave me a nasty smile as well before telling me to come hang out with them in the tunnel. The way they stared at me, though, their eyes wouldn't even move. It's as if their sight was locked onto me. I resumed doing the best I could to ignore them and just wait for the train. I noticed in my peripheral vision that one of the men moved away into the tunnel, returning moments later with another face. I had to look again. There was a third face, but this one was hunched over and lifeless. It looked like one of the men was holding the guy's face up. The sound of the train approaching felt like 1,000 pounds off my shoulders. I got up, ready to board the train, but when I got closer to the edge of the platform, I nearly threw up at the sight. The two men were going back into the tunnel, and the second man in the back was holding something in his hand, a head, just a head, like a decapitated head. They disappeared from sight onto the side of the tunnel as the train stopped. I got into the first car, planning on warning the conductor, but no later than after we left the station. I didn't want to be there a second longer. As the train began to move, I saw legs moving down the stairs to the platform, but that was it. I didn't get to see who it was. But what I did get to see as the train moved into the tunnels was a glimpse of a group of men hunched up against the railing, inches away from the train window, and they were all looking right at me. I knocked on the conductor's door like a madman, screaming it was an emergency. He opened up, and I explained what I just saw. He radioed to somebody in charge of the station as well as another higher up of the company, who I'm sure took care of it or contacted the proper authorities or security, whatever. It seemed to take ages for my stop to come, but when it did, I practically had to hop in my walk from relief. I have since been to one party at the same friend's house, but I skipped that station. I decided it was worth it to take the extra long walk to the next station. I don't know if weird shit happens often in the subway at night. In my experience prior to this incident, it never did. But after this experience, I think I should say you should be extremely cautious when in an isolated place like a subway station late at night. We were hitchhiking through Europe, my then boyfriend and I, and on our way back home, a truck driver picked us up. We had had a few weird encounters on our trip before, but we had been on the road for about a month, and nothing really scary happened until we met this guy. He was a young guy, about 25, quite regular, spoke English okay, and had been away from home for a long time. I was a bit younger, with my boyfriend being around his age. My boyfriend was tired, so he took a seat on the bed in the truck and wasn't really trying to hold a conversation. During our trip, we switched turns as I usually do when I hitchhike with someone. One person talks with the driver, and the other relaxes in the back, so I was in the passenger seat. I think my boyfriend was even dozing off a little bit when the driver started complimenting me and asking about my boyfriend. It was still fine, nothing too weird, and I was just trying to talk to be good company. As we moved on, I started to feel a bit uncomfortable, but I didn't let anything on and only told my boyfriend that we should find truck drivers from our country to make the last part of our trip in one go. I translated this to English immediately because the truck driver became agitated and suspicious of what I was saying. I explained that we were really tired and our plan was to find our truck drivers before he had to take a long break so that we could continue traveling without interruption. We stopped for a short break at a gas station, and my boyfriend decided he was going to look for another truck driver in the parking lot, leaving me with this guy alone. Damn, the truck driver came on to me real hard, and I was scared shitless and didn't fight back. I could feel how aroused he was, and there was no doubt about his intentions. Luckily, my boyfriend was away for just a minute. At that moment, I realized we needed to get out of this situation fast. I didn't want to say anything to my boyfriend because I was scared of how he would react, so I decided to pretend nothing had happened. I was determined to get out at the next stop. We reached a large gas station for truck drivers only and told our driver we were going to look for other drivers heading our way. During our trip to this station, this guy got in touch with another driver, saying he could also take us, maybe one at a time. Damn, I thought, now he's planning a threesome. When I was finally alone with my boyfriend, I remained calm, hinted at what had happened, and insisted that we not stay with this driver no matter what. It took us about 5 minutes to find a group of truck drivers from our country. They were having beers and cracking jokes, and 2 of them agreed to take us. I jumped with joy. We went back to the truck to get our things. The guy had already brought his friend along and was offering my boyfriend to take a shower at the gas station, saying he would pay for him for no obvious reason. He was quite persistent, and as I very well remember, he never offered it to me. Needless to say, these 2 guys were very disappointed to see us go. I still remember how they were looking at me when I was taking our backpacks from the truck. I have never told my ex-boyfriend the details. I was just lucky that we got away from that truck driver, and I think he has never realized how bad the situation was. At that time, I was playing it cool the whole time, but inside, I was shaking. I could see how desperate that truck driver was and how much he wanted to get rid of my boyfriend. I was so angry at myself for staying with him in the truck by myself, but then all of our things were there. I was also angry for not fighting him back, but it was so sudden, and I got really scared. Back in late August of 1989, my friend and I set out on a 3-week sailing trip. Our job was to sail a 40-ton yacht named Tamaro from French Polynesia to San Francisco, and we were being paid handsomely to do so. We had years of sailing experience between us, but the 5,000-mile journey was the furthest either of us had ever been on. We were confident that we could do it, but early on, there was a worrying change in the weather's forecast. Statistically, hurricanes happened really late in the South Pacific and tend to arrive in mid to late October, so by setting sail in late August, we figured that we'd avoid the worst of the bad weather. But as the saying goes, man proposes and God disposes. 3 weeks into our voyage, we were faced with a Category 4 hurricane, which whipped up waves as high as 20-story buildings. We'd sailed through gales and storms before, but never a hurricane. We tried to escape it for 3 days, but the boat could only go 15 miles per hour, and so eventually, it caught up with us hit. It was too late for us to turn around and escape, so we had no choice but to brave it head-on. We put on our raincoats and boarded up the yacht, all while 140 miles per hour winds and 40-foot waves battered against the boat. The wind and rain felt like BB pellets on our skin, and it was like nothing we'd ever felt before. But we were still confident of being able to handle the situation. We just had to wait for the worst to be over. At one point, I remember heading below deck to get something, and then I suddenly heard my fiancé yell out, "Oh my God." We got caught in a massive wave. I was thrown off my feet, and the last thing I remember is my head smashing into something before everything just went fuzzy. I think I must have been out for a minute or 2 because when I woke up, there was blood all over my face and raincoat, and I was lying on the floor. I couldn't hear my fiancé, so I went topside to check on him. The last I'd seen of him, he was strapping himself into the safety harness, but when I went to check on him, the harness was empty, and he was nowhere to be seen. I remember screaming, but I knew I had to pull myself together. There'd be time to grieve later, and if I didn't focus on the task ahead of me, people would end up grieving me too. I knew the yacht had suffered irreparable damage that would make it impossible to sail. The navigation system, engine, and even the sails were all waterlogged or shredded beyond repair. But even worse, the yacht itself was taking on water at crazy speeds. My instincts kicked in, and I started pumping water out of the cabin before using the storm jib and a broken pole to create an improvised sail. The only tools I had at hand were a sextant and a watch, but I had enough sailing experience to use them to navigate to land. After 41 days of drifting in the Pacific, rationing my canned food and water, I finally spotted land. It turned out to be the Hawaiian island of Hilo, and as I slowly drifted towards the harbor, I was spotted by a Japanese ship and rescued. For weeks afterward, I kept one of my fiancé's old shirts wrapped around my pillow. His scent was the only thing that got me through. I put all the pain and grief to the back of my mind, and once I was safe, it all came gushing out of me like water through a broken dam. It took me many years to get back to sailing, and these days I'm much more cautious about the jobs I accept. I thought about retiring from it altogether, but after a while, I realized that it's where I belong. If there's one silver lining to the dark cloud of my fiancé's tragic death, it's that he went out doing what he loved most. I was a state trooper for 23 years, and through the years I experienced it all, or at least that's what I thought at the time. This happened quite a few years back. I was on night patrol on an interstate at about 3:30 a.m. Now, I don't know if you guys know what the show Cops is, but basically, it's where cameramen would follow around real cops filming everything that goes down. The episodes would consist of a compilation of the most interesting clips. The show's insanely popular, but unfortunately, nowadays, new episodes are no longer made. Back then, however, I was lucky enough to actually be featured on the show. Even though I didn't show up in many episodes, I still thought it was really cool. This night was one of the nights I had a cameraman following me around for the show. I remember his name was Joe, and he was honestly a pretty down-to-earth guy. Anyway, I would usually have my car parked near a bush to hide myself from the view of oncoming speeding cars. But at this hour, I didn't really ever try to hide too much. I remember we were just driving down the interstate. No, I didn't work in the best area. There were a decent amount of abandoned buildings visible from the road. Because of this, I adopted into my nightly routine to enter the parking lots of them as they were hotspots for drug activity. One, in particular, was an abandoned gas station building. The exit from was coming up, so I figured I might as well check it out. Ben started filming, and as we pulled up, we could both clearly see a flashlight moving around in the building. I pulled into the parking lot and put the car in park. At this point, I was almost positive some sort of drug deal was going on inside as I could still see the flashlight moving around. But a part of me hesitated as there were no other cars in the parking lot. I also realized if there was a drug deal going on, there would have been at least 2 flashlights visible from the outside of the building. I figured either way I'd have to investigate. I went over to the cruiser's speaker, yelling out, "Police," and explaining how whoever was inside needed to exit the building immediately. Right as I did this, the flashlight from inside turned off. It was now eerily silent. I decided I'd have no choice but to enter the building and to get whoever was inside to leave. So, I did. I got out of the cruiser and proceeded to walk towards the wide-open front door with Ben and his camera not far behind me. As I approached, I couldn't help but notice a terrible smell. It was as if an animal died in there and had been in there for at least a week. I peeked inside with my flashlight and once again yelled out, "Police." This gas station was small, so any sound could pretty much be heard from anywhere in the building. I stayed quiet for a second, just listening. That's when I swear I could hear what sounded like something being dragged across the floor from the other side of the building. "Who's there?" I got no response. I walked inside the building, and in one of the back rooms, I could see what looked like a figure. I shined my flashlight in the figure's direction, but right as I did, whoever it was bolted and eventually left through a back exit. I started chasing after the guy, but as soon as I exited the same back exit, I didn't see anything. Almost the whole area was surrounded by a cornfield, so there was no way I was gonna find this guy. But I figured I had to try. I ran out in some random direction, but stopped only after a few seconds, realizing it was pointless. Defeated and still confused as to why the guy ran, Ben and I went back to the gas station. But what we found left behind made it perfectly clear. There, in the back room, we found the lifeless remains of a dead body. I immediately called for backup, explaining the situation. Unfortunately, the guy responsible was never found, and the body itself couldn't be identified for obvious reasons. What we caught on video that night was never used in the final show. This happened in Warren County, Georgia, a very rural inland part of the state. I was with my girlfriend, Lisa, and we were driving around checking out the area, seeing if it was somewhere we'd like to live. It was very quiet and spacious, which is what we wanted. We're both Roman Catholic, though she likes to go to church a little more than I do. It was a weekday in the middle of the day and there wasn't much traffic at all. We checked out a bunch of things in the area that would be important to see before deciding on moving there. Since Lisa has been an equestrian for most of her life, a big point of us moving to a rural area was for her to have a barn for her horses. After checking out some properties listed for sale, we happened to pass by a small, cute-looking church on the side of a very quiet road with a bunch of cars in the parking lot. This church wasn't far from the last property we looked at, so Lisa shook my shoulder and said we should see if a mass was going on and if it was nice. So I pulled into the little dirt-like parking lot for the building and parked next to an old red minivan. A lot of the cars in the parking lot were on the older side. In fact, I'd say most of them. I mentioned that to Lisa as we got out of the car, and she agreed and said it was probably because it was a lower income area. I opened the door to the church for us, and we stepped in. It was pretty small inside, as we expected. I'd say there were 5 rows of pews, each cut in half in the middle by the nave or center aisle. There had to be at least 20 people in there, though they were not an older crowd. Usually, in every mass, big or small, you'd see a decent amount of seniors, but based on the backs of everyone's heads, everyone appeared to be in their 30s to 40s. It seemed everyone was sitting in silence for some kind of prayer. As we sat down in the back, the people closest to us started looking at us, one at a time, and as others noticed the staring, they would look to see what the others were staring at and then look at us. Lisa and I looked at each other, then nervously looked back at everyone. All we could think to do was smile, but no one smiled back. They were giving us the most unwelcoming stares, and I realized none of these people were dressed even remotely nicely for a mass. What was going on here? This was when I realized there were no women in here, not a single one besides Lisa, and the stares seemed to be more directed at her than at me. A man in a mask at the front of this alleged church, by what I guessed was supposed to be the altar, then stepped up and pointed at us and said, "Who invited you here?" I took it upon myself to answer for us and said that we were just passing by and saw that a mass was going on and we wanted to join. The man was clearly not a priest, and this was clearly not a Roman Catholic church. The masked man said, "You need to leave now." By now, every last person in the church was looking at us. I said, "Come on, honey," and we got up and hurried out and ran to the car. We wasted no time sitting in the car. I got us out of that parking lot right away. But we both noticed in the rearview mirror someone from the building getting in their van in the parking lot. I felt like there was no way they were going to follow us until we saw that gray van catching up to us in the mirror. I had Lisa GPS the Warren County Sheriff's Office, and we drove straight there. The van was behind us the whole time, not on our tail, but close enough that it was obvious. The second we pulled into the public safety parking lot, the van kept driving down the road. When it was gone, we simply drove straight home and never looked at Warren County again. We clearly ended up in some kind of cult meeting, but I don't get why they had someone follow us, nor why they were having their meeting in broad daylight, or why they didn't at least lock the door. I went to Binghamton University for 2 years. I quickly made a big group of friends there, and we'd go out every weekend. One weekend, on a Friday night in October, when my group didn't have any big plans together, me and 2 other close friends decided to hang out in the school nature preserve by the lake. There was this little clearing on the far side of the lake that was convenient for fires since it was so far from the view of the school or campus security. Kids would sometimes, but not often, come here to smoke pot, drink, and do basically all the other drugs. It was a relatively unknown spot on campus for most, and we liked that about it. Tonight, we just brought a bunch of beers, lit a fire, and hung out, having what we referred to at the time as a brochette. As the night progressed, time seemed to pass quicker as the alcohol began to take effect. Eventually, it got to the point where we were all laughing so hard that one of my two friends was on the floor, rolling in the leaves. That was when my other friend stopped laughing and went, "Shoo." We all perked up and listened, hearing the crunching of leaves and branches in the distance. We threw our bottles in the lake since we were all under 21, and it wasn't unheard of for campus police to come through the woods on weekends to catch kids doing drugs. We tucked the rest of the beers into a backpack. I was moderately drunk, so my paranoia was higher than usual. That was probably the case for all of us. The fire exposed us to anyone passing through the woods, but the thing is, this spot was so unknown and far from campus that it was rare to find anybody else that deep into the woods. It sounded like just one person in the distance. The sound of a tree branch snapping not too far away freaked all of us out. None of us were really the confrontational ones from our group, so we were lacking that one person who would have the confidence to stand up and yell out to whoever was out there. Instead, we all just sat in silence, shushing each other. We heard what seemed to be somebody or something circling us, or at least walking around in a C shape around our little campsite. It literally started to feel like we were in the movie The Blair Witch Project, because these sounds in the near distance, like cracking tree branches and leaves crunching on the ground, kept echoing over to our campsite. We laughed about it at first, but I personally soon became terrified of who or what it could be. Out of the blue, a huge thud made all three of us jump. At first, I didn't understand, even though I saw what caused the sound. It took me a few seconds to digest the fact that a branch had been thrown into the center of our little fireside. One of my two friends took off running, while my other friend and I sat behind, looking at each other, half laughing, half concerned. I felt like we didn't know yet if this was some kind of joke or not. Then my friend let out a scream of pain as he was struck in the face by another tree branch. I grabbed the backpack, helped my friend up off the floor, and we hauled ass back in the direction of our dorm. When we made it to the road separating the nature preserve from our dorm, we stopped to catch our breath. But whoever was out there proved to be following us when we heard footsteps coming closer to the road. We continued to run back to the dorm, and when we got back to our floor, we found our other friend in his room already. We looked out of his room window down to the woods. There was someone pacing back and forth by the woods, and every time a car passed, they would walk back into the woods. Eventually, whoever it was went back into the woods for good, never to be seen again by us. We continued our drinking session in the dorm room, and within 10 minutes, we were all laughing about it. It wasn't until the next morning that we all realized how terrifying that experience actually was. We never really went back into the woods past dark after that. Nowadays, I don't camp nearly as much as I used to. I'm 24, and ever since I was young, I've been into hiking. Now, I get hiking isn't all that appealing to most people, but because of where I live, it's pretty easy to get into. You don't have to travel all that far for a pretty stunning scenic view. I try to find a new trail to hike every weekend. Typically, I'll hike alone, so I always keep a knife in my backpack for protection against wildlife. Should it ever come to that, though, in all my years of hiking, I've never once had to actually use it. In fact, I've never run into any dangerous situation while hiking. Well, at least up until a few days ago. I was driving to a heavily forested hiking trail I'd never been to before. Now, I hike in the afternoon, and this happened around the time of year where the days were starting to get shorter. In other words, the sun was setting earlier and earlier each day. This was a key detail that I had completely forgotten about prior to leaving. Only after I started driving to the place did I realize it would be completely dark outside before I would even be able to finish my hike. A decision I still regret making is deciding to do the hike anyway. I got a bad feeling about it right when I started. Fast forward a few hours, and I was now about 85% finished with the route I picked out. By this point, it was almost completely dark. I had a flashlight, but still, the whole scene was pretty eerie. This portion of the trail was deep in the forest. It was so dense with trees that the moonlight could barely even find its way through. Don't get me wrong, it was beautiful scenery in the day, but alone at night, it was nothing short of disturbing. It was then that I was really starting to regret my decision to carry out the hike. That's when I saw light up ahead on the trail. As soon as I shined my flashlight in its direction, it immediately got turned off. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't exactly turn back, so I was pretty much forced to go directly towards where it had been. In the back of my mind, I knew the chances of it being another hiker in the dark were slim to none. Eventually, I reached where the light came from. There was no one. Instead, there was a large duffel bag lying on the ground. I began scanning the trees with my flashlight. That's when a large, probably 6.5-foot man stepped out from behind one of the trees. My body completely froze up. There I stood, like a deer in headlights, shining my light on the guy. He then slowly revealed a machete from behind his back. Seeing this, I started running for my life down the trail and in the direction of my car. I looked behind me, and the guy was chasing me. I dropped my backpack so I could run faster. When I finally reached a clearing in the forest and could see my car, I was still sprinting. I grabbed my keys from my pocket and unlocked it. I got inside, locked the doors, and had the engine on in less than 5 seconds. However, the guy was still behind me and was able to completely slash one of my back tires before I could drive off. I drove on an almost completely flat tire for the next 5 miles back to my house. Right as I pulled into my driveway, I called the police and reported the man. Although I have no idea if he was found, quite frankly, I have no idea if the police even searched for him. A part of me wants to go back to retrieve my backpack, which contains hundreds of dollars in equipment, but there's no way I can bring myself to do it. Plus, there's no guarantee it's still even there. For all I know, the guy went back and took it. I still don't know what I stumbled upon that night. This was by far the scariest experience I've ever had and the closest I've ever felt to death. It all went down last semester at Theta Chi, the so-called elite frat on campus. Let me tell you, elite is one way to put it, more like elitist and steeped in messed up traditions. Pledge week was a living nightmare, sleep deprivation, puke-inducing concoctions, the usual frat boy sadism. But the real kicker was the final night, the wall of FA's initiation. They blindfolded us, led us to a part of the house that always felt weirdly cold and damp, and told us to line up. One by one, we were shuffled forward, hands outstretched. "Identify the brother," a voice boomed, laced with amusement. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled, feeling cool, smooth skin, must be a freshman like me. Then it came, a jagged scar etched across the cheek, sending a jolt through me. My answer, a shaky freshman, hung in the thick air. "Wrong, Pledge," the voice chuckled. "Next." The next brother stumbled forward, encountering a face that felt wrong, bulbous, misshapen, like something out of a nightmare. He stammered, unable to identify it. Nervous laughter rippled from the unseen brothers. Panic nodded at me. Each touch brought a new wave of confusion: rough, leathery skin, a cold metallic surface, a face with a gaping hole where a nose should be. Each wrong answer was met with escalating derision. "Who are these guys?" I whispered to the brother in front of me, voice cracking. Silence. No response. By the time it was my turn again, a cold sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. My hand brushed against a face that sent shivers down my spine, soft, almost feathery, with something cold and hard underneath. I choked back a scream. This wasn't human. What is this?" I stammered. A chilling silence followed, then slow, deliberate clapping from the shadows. "Congratulations, Pledge," a voice rasped, different from the others, older, laced with sickening satisfaction. "You've just felt the faces of those who failed the wall." My blood ran cold. Failed. What did that even mean? Images of grotesque masks stitched together from the failures flashed in my mind. Was this what awaited me if I messed up? An eternity of being a disembodied face, a cautionary tale for future pledges. The blindfold came off, revealing a room unlike any I'd seen in the frat house. The air crackled with a strange energy. The shadows were deeper, more menacing around me. Mounted on the walls were grotesque masks, stitched flesh, metal teeth, inhuman features. Some looked vaguely familiar. Then I saw it, a mask with a jagged scar across the cheek, a chilling echo of the first face I'd touched. My stomach lurched. Was that a hand? It clapped over my shoulder. A senior brother, his face twisted in a cruel smile, said, "Welcome to the Brotherhood, Pledge. Now, let's get you initiated properly." The room seemed to close in on me. The masked faces on the wall appeared to leer, their expressions a chilling mockery of my fear and confusion. I'd become a cog in their twisted tradition, another face destined for the wall if I faltered. The real horror wasn't a physical hazing, though that was bad enough. It was the psychological torment. The feeling of being unseen, judged, forever marked by the possibility of failure. The knowledge that even if I succeeded now, I was forever haunted by the fate of those who hadn't. I can't sleep. I keep seeing those faces in my dreams, wondering who the others are and what they did to fail. I'm starting to think there's more to this tradition than the brothers are letting on. I was 10 when this happened. To be more exact, it was my 10th birthday. All the younger kids in the neighborhood were invited to the party. My dad was going to grill a bunch of hot dogs and burgers. My mom bought one of those piñata things from Kroger's and filled it with a bunch of candy. We had only moved into the area the year prior. A lot of our neighbors were still strangers to us, and my parents wanted to change that, and this was their chance. Kids and parents started to show up at about 1. My mom made name tags for everyone. It was her way for all of us to get to know each other. It wasn't a bad idea, but at the time, the whole concept embarrassed me. Dad pulled out the grill as soon as the first group arrived. He was an old-school griller. Propane was an affront to our forefathers, and it was either charcoal or nothing. He had his own little routine that he went through. It made the whole process take a lot longer than it should have. As he did this, he knocked back cores after cores. In truth, he started drinking before lunch, and this was normal for him. He'd go through a case of beer in a weekend, and I suppose these days he'd be considered an alcoholic. The weird thing is, I never saw him drink during the week, and it never adversely affected our family's quality of life, except for this one time. It was an hour before he was satisfied with the coals. By then, we were all starving. A few kids were crying. The parents started pressuring my dad to hurry up, and rather than act calmly, he panicked and grabbed the lighter fluid. He got way too close to the grill and squirted a massive amount of fluid onto the coals. It went everywhere, and not only onto the grill, but his shirt and pants were soaked. The second the fuel hit the burning coals, a giant fireball blew everything around it back a foot or two. Everyone jumped back and turned away from the flames. When I turned back, my dad was laying stunned on the ground. The fluid on his clothes had caught fire, and he was so stunned and probably drunk that he didn't realize it. A couple of the other fathers ran over and smothered the flames with some tablecloths. Even more kids started crying now. Soon they were begging to go home. Almost everyone left after that. My party had officially ended before it even started. I'd wager that stupid piñata is still sitting in my parents' attic. I stood by in shock and disbelief, unsure about the make of the scene. Meanwhile, Mom held my dad's hand and kept him calm until the ambulance showed up. I was hustled off to a neighbor's house while Mom rode to the hospital with my dad. By then, I decided that he was an idiot for ruining my party. I haven't changed my opinion much since. But about 2 a.m., Mom showed up and brought me home. I went to bed not knowing what had come with my dad and didn't really care. I remember I was mad at him. The next morning, I came down to breakfast, and Dad was sitting there all covered in bandages. I sat down, and he proceeded to give me a speech about fire safety, and I fought to hide my grin. The irony was overwhelming, but I was able to hold myself together, nodding on occasion to feign interest. After breakfast, I retreated to my bedroom and had a good long laugh. From then on, things returned to normal, but Dad never grilled again. My birthdays were orthodox affairs after that. A few friends would bring gifts, we'd have pizza, and then have some cake. The look on my dad's face every time I blew out the candle still makes me laugh. I don't believe their attempt at making more friends ever went anywhere. They befriended a few neighbors nearest to us, but from what I heard, the consensus was that my dad was a giant. My mom just happened to be fortunate enough to marry him. From experience, I'd say it's a pretty accurate assessment. This happened when I was in high school, long ago. My mom just recently found the paperwork about it when she cleaned out her office upon retiring from the police department. I remember being upset and scared when it happened, but reading the details as an adult, it sounded even worse than I remembered. I was 16, female, working at a flower and gift shop. It was nighttime, and a man came in short, overweight, balding, and in his 40s just plain creepy. He told me he needed an apology gift for his girlfriend, so I offered a bouquet. Obviously, it's a flower shop. He said she didn't like flowers because they die. This was the first weird thing, as he came into a flower shop. Then he went into detail about how he hit her and asks me if I think he was right to do so. This was long ago, so I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something along the lines of, "Not if you want her to continue being your girlfriend." He then tells me what a great job I'm doing and asks when I get off work. I don't dodge answering, and he leaves. Nothing more from this guy for 6 months. Then, right before Valentine's Day, he walks in the door 1 minute before closing. It was dark, and from the outside, it looked like I was working alone, as my coworker, about 40 and female, was in the bathroom. Instinctively, it felt like a predator had just entered the room. You know when something isn't right, and everything felt not right. I then notice he has a tarnished revolver tucked into the front of his windbreaker, which is halfway unzipped. It was obvious that he wanted it seen. I quickly scribbled a note to my coworker that said, "He has a gun," and handed it to her when she came out of the bathroom. She calmly walked over to the phone and looked at me wordlessly, asking if she should call the cops. I shook my head no, as I felt like he would escalate the situation. God forbid he heard the police coming and took a hostage or something. I was just going to try and act as calm and normal as I could and hopefully not tip the situation into something more dangerous. He spent about 15 minutes wandering around what was a fairly small shop. In retrospect, he was probably waiting to see if my coworker would leave, as it was now well past closing. Finally, he places an order for pickup on Valentine's Day, which gives me his name and the info for the police report that I'm sure is about to be filed. He buys a card and pulls out a wad of $100 bills, which he slowly thumbs through, looking for the right one to use for payment for his $40 order. I asked him if he wanted a bag, as it wouldn't be very inconspicuous if he just showed up at home with the Valentine's card. He replies, "No, I don't feel like being inconspicuous tonight," which seemed like an obvious reference to the gun hanging out of his coat. He finally leaves, and we quickly lock the door and watch him sit in his truck outside. We were not about to exit the shop until he was gone. Finally, he pulls out of his parking spot and moves to another spot further away and continues to just sit there. I don't know how long we waited, but he finally left. I called my mom crying, and she called the police, who came to the shop the next day to take a report. I told my best friend at the time what happened, and she told her mother. Her mother happened to work with the man and informed security at her job. She said he was very weird, creepy, and liked to talk about weapons a lot. Security at his job, which is a large company with government contracts and things related to tech and security, pulled him into the office and questioned him about it. He claimed it was a glove in his pocket, not a revolver. The police were pissed that his company made contact with him about it before they did, and he successfully dodged the cops with multiple calls and visits to his apartment. My mom, much to my teen fury at the time, made me quit my job, which was devastating as I loved it there. But in retrospect, it was totally the right call. I never saw him again. Last year, Halloween was on a Wednesday. Because of that, I was home alone. My dad works nights, and my mom was staying with her sister because our parents weren't getting along at the time. My sister was away at college, so it was just me left to provide for the trick-or-treaters. My dad bought a couple of bags of Kit Kats and told me he expected them empty by the end of the night. I don't know why, but my dad takes Halloween seriously. I didn't get home from classes until around 6 o'clock, so it was already dark and the kids were out in droves. The second I dropped my bag on the couch, the bell rang and that went on for some hours. I was getting homework done later on in the night when the trick-or-treaters had mostly gone home, sometime past 9 though, I remember that much, and the doorbell rang once more. It was the first time in over half an hour. I went to open the door with a near-empty bowl of Kit Kats, expecting some kids, but instead, it was just this lone guy, maybe 35 years old. He waved at me with a neutral expression on his face and didn't open the storm door. I kind of just watched him, ready to shut the door on him. He stopped waving, then reached for the handle to the storm door and pulled it open. At that moment, I slammed the door shut in his face and locked it. I texted my family group chat that some old guy just tried opening the door. My dad joked that if he does it again, go outside and teach him a lesson. I decided that was it with opening the door for the night. I went back up to my room to finish my homework. Soon, I heard yelling coming from outside. I lost my patience and eventually got up to see what was going on. I slid open my window and looked out. There was that man again down below, looking up at my window, shouting at me. He's mainly yelling that he needed help finding his son. I didn't believe him for a second. I texted my family again. My dad just said to ignore it, he will go away. I left my room and shut off the light so that he'd go away. Then I went to the basement, which had no windows. I hung out down there to do my work, and all was quiet for a while. Then flick, the power went out. My initial thought was that the man outside tinkered with the electric box outside of the house. I stayed in contact with my family the whole time. After a few minutes, I heard the floorboards creaking above my head. Someone, as if I couldn't guess who, was inside the house. My mom and dad and sister all texted me to call the cops. I stayed put in the basement. I figured it was the safest place at this point. The cops were en route, so all I had to do was wait. The basement door opened. He stepped down the stairs only halfway, though. Even without power, a little bit of light from the upstairs poured into the basement, enough for me to see his legs. He was standing on the middle step of the staircase, and I swear he just stood there for like 2 minutes. I heard him mumbling stuff. I won't even pretend I could understand any of it. After the longest, most painfully uncomfortable moment of my life, the man said into the basement, "I can see you." The whole time his legs were actually facing me. Was he actually looking at me that whole time? Still, I didn't move, nor did he. He continued to stand there until there was a bang at the front door, and he walked up the stairs, shut the door, and I heard creaking above again. I waited 20 seconds before running upstairs to the front door. By that time, it seemed the man had left my house because the cops couldn't find him even with my help. Stupidly, I left the back door unlocked, so he simply let himself in. As for the power, he messed with the electric box outside, as I predicted. I don't know if he did this on Halloween intentionally or if it was just a coincidence, but something was wrong with that man. He didn't belong out in the streets. My grandpa passed away a few years ago. I was always very close with him. This past August, on his birthday, I paid him a visit at the cemetery. The cemetery he and my grandma chose to be buried at was about an hour drive from my apartment. My family lived closer, so they all went to his grave together. I had to go separately. It was a rainy, depressing day, and there's nothing worse than visiting a cemetery on a gloomy day. The gatekeeper of the gate asked for the plot number. I gave it to him, and he let me in. It's a pretty big cemetery, and I'd only been there a couple of other times, not as the driver though, so I had a hard time finding it. I didn't see many other people, if any, at the cemetery that day. I'm sure the weather had something to do with it. Eventually, I found his stone and parked my car in the grass to the side. I put some flowers down under a stone, stood there for a while with my eyes closed, and prayed. When I finished my prayer, I opened my eyes and looked up. There was an old man standing about 5 rows of graves down directly across from me, and he was looking right at me. I knew this man, though. It was my grandfather. No, it couldn't be. I rubbed my eyes, and he was gone. Did I just have a spiritual moment, or were my eyes and mind playing tricks on me? Either way, I got the chills, and I had goosebumps. I was quite honestly freaked out. I got back in my car, said, "Love you, Grandpa," and drove off. I felt like I had a headache on my way home, not sure why. I was the only car on Prospect Road, a quiet road with dense forest on either side. Commonly, there would be deer crossing here. My car zipped down the road. I spotted someone on the side of the road coming up, which was odd because there were no sidewalks or a walking path on this road. I slowed down. It couldn't be. It looked like my grandpa again. When I realized this, my heart dropped 1,000 feet, and I swerved the car accidentally. I desperately tried to regain control and come to a stop. Luckily, my car didn't end up in a tree, rather, it just skidded out in the middle of the road until coming to a halt. I immediately looked back to where I saw him and saw a deer on the side of the road looking at my car. My heart was literally racing. I was terrified and not well, and I needed to get home. I made sure no cars were coming and got back in my lane. I focused on the road as best I could, given what I had just seen twice. I felt weird the rest of the day, not sick, but something wasn't right with my head. I went to bed early after watching an episode of my show. I woke up at like 3 in the morning to my phone ringing. It was an unknown number. My heart started racing again. Any call at this hour couldn't be good news. I accepted the call and put the phone up to my ear. It was static on the other end. Finally, I said, "Hello." More static, but what I thought I heard next, I couldn't believe. Just briefly, for maybe half a second, I thought I heard my grandpa's voice over the static. I tried to say hello again, but I was too shook. Every part of my body was actually shaking. Then the call cut to silence and ended. I called my phone provider the next day to trace the number. They couldn't. They didn't have enough data to trace it apparently, though I don't know if that was just or not. The events that took place that day and night were the scariest I've ever experienced. Do I think my dead grandpa was trying to contact me? I don't know, because that sounds ridiculous. You think if you experience something like this, you'd be so full of emotion and joy, but no. It still terrifies me, and I really still don't know what to think or how to feel about it. Whether it sounds ridiculous or not, this happened, and I wonder almost every other night, was that really my grandpa on the phone? This happened when I was a young child, maybe around 7 years old. My parents had me late. My 2 older siblings are both at least 10 years older than me. I was woken up in the middle of the night by a commotion downstairs. It was my parents. I cracked my door open and heard them freaking out about something, though I wasn't sure what it was. I went to the stairway and stood at the top, calling down, "Mom, Dad." My mom came to the bottom of the stairs and said to me, "Go back to bed." I listened without asking any questions. I could tell they were stressed about something, though. I tried to go back to sleep when I heard the front door downstairs slam shut, followed by dead silence. I presumed they had left the house, but wasn't sure why. Either way, I listened to my mom and went back to sleep. I woke up again to sounds downstairs. It was the sound of the front door closing and then footsteps, but no talking. Naturally, I assumed they were back home and just being quiet so they wouldn't wake me up. I heard occasional steps and thuds from downstairs, drawers and cabinets being opened and closed, and I thought for sure I heard the fridge opening too. I thought it was my older brother Jethro. He's 10 years older than me and was already driving at the time, so him getting home late and rummaging through the fridge wasn't abnormal at all. These are all things I was telling myself, logical explanations for what I was hearing. Eventually, I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, getting louder and closer until they reached the top and made their way to my door. My door quietly and slowly opened. I didn't sit up or move, I just had my eyes open, facing the door as I was still lying down. There weren't any lights on outside of my room, so whoever was walking around was doing so in the dark. All I saw was a black mass at my doorway, resembling the shape of someone's head. I said every name, starting from Jethro to Mom to Dad, then I just asked, "Who's there?" They didn't reply, they just closed the door. I was left there, confused but mildly creeped out. I heard footsteps going downstairs. I was convinced it was my dad, now just coming to check on me after getting home, though I wasn't sure why he was ignoring me. I didn't hear anything from downstairs for a while. Curiosity got the better of me, and I went downstairs in the dark. I kept all the lights off as I approached the kitchen and froze at the doorway, noticing a tall figure standing right in the middle of the kitchen. I said, "Dad," assuming it was him based on the size of the person. A deep voice said, "Go back upstairs." I ran back up the stairs to my room, closed the door, and jumped under the covers. All I was thinking was why my dad's voice sounded like that. The reality of a stranger being in the house didn't dawn on my innocent little mind until a little later when I heard the front door opening in a commotion from downstairs again, voices of my parents. I went to the top of the stairway again and was shocked to see I was still awake. I asked what happened, and they told me that Jethro had a little accident but was going to be fine. I found out a month later that he had gotten into a car accident, driving in conditions he shouldn't have been driving in. My parents had gotten a call from the hospital and rushed to see him first thing, leaving me to sleep. I asked my dad if he had come in my room before, and that was when I learned that they had been gone for hours. My mom started freaking out, yelling at my dad because he had neglected to lock the door when they rushed out of the house. Me telling my parents about the person at my bedroom door and in the kitchen caused my dad to search the house with his gun and my mom to call the police. The last thing I remember was being asked by a police officer to give my story. My parents tell me they felt like morons having to explain to the cops that they left me alone and left the door unlocked. I don't think anything of value was stolen, even though whoever broke into the house clearly didn't have intentions of harming me. Having a complete stranger in your house is already a terrifying ordeal. Now imagine going through that at 7 years old. When I was 14 years old, my family and I went on a boating trip out of Melbourne's western Port Bay. I remember being at the helm with my father, steering the little boat over the waves, and then the next thing we knew, my big brother was shouting that water was coming and happened so fast. Mom and Dad were shouting for us to stay together, and then suddenly, the boat tipped over, and we were in the water. We later found out that the bottom of our boat had been almost completely rotten and that its owners had been extremely and willfully negligent in renting it to us. We had no choice but to start swimming. Since it was late in the evening, no one had seen us go down, so it was up to us to rescue ourselves. I was a reasonably good swimmer, and we all had life jackets on, but it was still around 2 miles back to shore. Land looked like it was a long, long way away. Darkness fell as we were swimming, but my dad started to struggle, and my big brother swam back to try and help him. My mom and I stuck together and kept going, but we soon lost sight of my father and brother. Seagulls cried out above me, and I kept imagining that they were warning me of an attack from sharks that were no doubt swimming in the waters around us. I could see land, but it didn't seem to get any closer. Finally, after more than 3 hours in that water, I felt the sandy bottom against my feet. I'd reached the mud flats of what I believed was the mainland, but my mom, Dad, and brother were nowhere to be seen. I was weak, cold, and exhausted. I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist, and this was even more terrifying than the swimming. The mud kept on sucking me down, and I was terrified that I'd sink and be suffocated. My muscles ached, my lungs burned, and I felt like I was about to pass out at points, but at the same time, I knew the clock was ticking, that it was essentially down to me and me alone to get help from my family. The clock was ticking in my head, and I needed to get my family the help they badly needed. When I finally made it ashore, I realized that I was on French Island, an island with an old disused prison on it that has only about 40 people on it. I ran through the bushland, using up the last reserves of my energy, it felt like, and feeling thorns scratching against my legs and arms. I ran for a long time too, stopping every so often to catch my breath before continuing through the bush. Finally, I found a house, and after banging on the door, someone opened it, and I told them what had happened. I just remember crying and crying as they tried to comfort me and how I begged them to help find my family. They told me everything was going to be okay and that they'd contacted the Victoria Coast Guard. I appreciate that they were just trying to console me, but I knew they were wrong. The next morning, the bodies of my mom, dad, and older brother were recovered from the water off the coast of Fairhaven. Words can't express how devastated I was, and I was filled with this overwhelming survivor guilt, thinking that I should be the one dead. For 5 long years, I was a wreck, and I think I might be dead from drink and drugs if it wasn't for the birth of my first kid. For a long, long time, I avoided any kind of large body of water, which included swimming pools, before my therapist suggested that I undertake some exposure therapy. This would involve brief trips to a local pool, but at first, my anxiety was so bad that even if my head was above the water, I just couldn't breathe. I tried for 4 months, but nothing worked until a local swim coach heard my story and offered some help. Over the next year or so, the therapy started to chip away at my fear until finally, I was able to look at the sea without feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. My proudest moment has been taking part in a charity swim across the Rip, which is an infamously rough stretch of water. We helped raise money for a domestic violence charity here in Australia, which is a cause very close to my heart for reasons that could well make for another true scary story. It might have taken me 20 years, but I no longer let my fear control me. I now understand that what happened wasn't my fault, but the irony of needing water to heal the very trauma that it created has never been lost on me. This took place 2 years ago, and I can still recall every moment in almost perfect detail. It was nearing the end of school, everyone was on their way to their last period, which for me was history, a class that I not only wasn't good at but I also disliked the teacher, and at that point, I honestly had no motivation for even showing up. So ultimately, I decided to ditch and hide out in one of the bathroom stalls located near the very back of the school. Almost no one went back there, so I figured no one would find out anyway. I was in the furthest back stall playing some game on my phone when the ear-deafening sound of the principal coming over the intercom made me jump. "Lockdown, lockdown, this is an emergency alert. Please follow lockdown procedures. Go into the nearest room or building, lock the door, and turn off all light." It was a lockdown announcement, though I honestly didn't pay any attention considering they were all practice, and so I just continued to sit there in the stall and wait. But just then, all the lights to the building seemingly shut off all at once. The hum of the light faded along with the buzzing of the AC unit, which meant all the power to the school had been cut off. The bathroom had gone pitch black, and that's when I was actually starting to get worried. Power was never cut off during practice lockdown drills. I texted my friend asking him what was going on, and literally right away he answered back with the text saying, "Dude, where are you? It's a real lockdown, everyone's asking where you are." I told him I was in the bathroom, and he responds saying I should hide, but where else could I go? I wasn't just going to run out into the hallway to find a better spot, so ultimately, I decided to stay and hide in the stall I was in. I turned my phone's brightness down and texted my friend again. I asked him what the reason was for the lockdown, and after 5 long minutes of waiting, he replied saying that apparently there was a kid armed with a knife banging on classroom doors and asking to be let in. Both my classroom and the bathroom I was in were on the same floor, so I turned off my phone and tried my best to see if I could hear anything. There were running footsteps, and that was shortly followed by the sound of the bathroom door opening. I was absolutely horrified at what I was hearing. Whoever entered walked towards the stall next to me, went inside, and shut the door. I held my breath for what seemed like forever, then to break the silence in a shaky voice, I said, "Who's in here?" It was silent for a second, and then I heard a voice reply with, "I'm just looking for a place to hide." I heard there was a lockdown over the speakers. That didn't really answer my question, but the guy sounded around my age, and so I decided I'd just let it go. We sat in silence for what seemed like forever when finally we got another announcement telling all students to exit the school in an orderly fashion through the front doors where cops would be waiting outside. I exited the stall but was surprised to see the guy next to me didn't. I asked him if he was coming and he replied saying, "Yeah man, just give me a couple minutes." I thought that was weird, but regardless, I left the bathroom and started heading towards the front exit of the school. As I was walking, my phone went off. My friend had texted me. He said that apparently a kid who was maybe a couple years older than us tried to rob a nearby gas station at knife point. The guy actually stabbed a couple people, and when he was unsuccessful in getting any money, he ran to hide in our school to blend in as one of the students. But what horrified me the most was the last sentence. My friend said that the cops outside were saying that the kid was still inside and that he was hiding somewhere in the back of the school. Reading this changed my walk to the front doors into a full-on sprint. Right as I got outside, I would frantically inform one of the police officers of what I had experienced, and after they searched the bathroom, they found it was empty but that the window inside was broken. The kid had broken and escaped through the window. Needless to say, for the next few school days, I'd gotten a lot of unwanted attention because of what I had experienced. As far as I know, the kid still hasn't been caught, and it's still just difficult for me to come to terms with the fact that I was unknowingly hiding in a stall right next to the guy I was trying to hide from. This happened on Christmas Eve just last year. I'm 22 and recently graduated from college. Each year on Christmas Eve, my family goes to my uncle's house for a get-together. Then, on Christmas, everybody comes to our house. Last year, unfortunately for me, I had to work on Christmas Eve. I had a job at a department store in a nearby city to where we live. It was a part-time job that I worked mostly in the summer or whenever I was back home from school. I would be getting paid extra, but I would have to miss the family gathering at my uncle's. We closed slightly early at about 8 p.m. instead of the usual 10 p.m. My uncle's place was almost an hour away, though, so even if I wanted to drive there right after work, it would be kind of late, and I decided not to. Instead, I went back to my parents' house, where I lived and was all by myself. I got back home after work at about 8:30. I remember not long after I returned home, I texted with my parents, and they were probably going to be staying at my uncle's until almost midnight. I made some food, then relaxed and went into the living room and put on a movie. Everything was going well until about 11 o'clock at night. Out of nowhere, there were some loud bangs on the front door. It was very startling. I sat up and didn't even want to look to see who was there. The noises continued. It was like whoever was there was pounding as hard as they possibly could on the front door. After probably 10 seconds, I walked over to a window that overlooked the front door. I was upstairs and on the second floor. When I got to the window, I very carefully looked outside. I peeled back the window cover ever so slightly. When I did, I saw three large-looking men wearing dark-colored jackets and dark hats. I couldn't see any of their faces. They were standing around the door, and one of them was knocking on it. The bad feeling that I had became much worse. I had no idea what to do. I ran out of the room and called my parents. I told them about the situation, and my parents did not know who the men could possibly be. They said to call the police if the men didn't leave and told me that they would leave to come home now. Still, it would probably be 45 minutes before they got back. The knocking at the door finally stopped. I looked out the window and saw all of the men now running around to the back. This was not good. I moved towards the back of the house to try to see where the men were going. Within a minute, I heard the door knobs to one of the back doors rattling. They were trying to get inside now. That was followed by loud banging at the other back door that we had. I dialed 911 and tried to stay calm even though I was completely freaking out. The men stayed near the back of the house. Then things went quiet for probably 2 or 3 minutes. I thought that maybe the men had left but was too scared to look out of a window and see. But the silence was broken by more loud bangs, this time coming from a window. This was really bad because I didn't think the window would hold up and they would eventually break it. Probably 30 seconds after this, I heard the sound of a car pulling into our driveway. It had to be the police. The noises from the window suddenly stopped. I decided to look out the back window now. When I did, I saw all 3 men sprinting through our backyard. They were running to the back end of it, where we had a few trees and then there was a quiet road. Very quickly, they went out of sight. When I looked to the front and saw the police were there, I rushed out and told them about the men and that they were running away. Unfortunately, all of the men were pretty fast and were long gone by the time the police started looking for them. I'm not sure where they came from or where they went, but they were gone now. The police still looked around and asked me a few questions. Not long after that, my parents got home. I felt much better not being there alone anymore. After the police left, we stayed up late making sure that the guys didn't return, and luckily, they didn't. That was one of the scariest experiences I've ever had. It's all too hard to say, but I've been thinking about it non-stop for a while now, and I'm still paranoid. This happened in August of last year. I had taken a week off from work for a staycation at home. I had been living alone for the past few months after my roommate moved out, but I'd been working too much to really enjoy the space and freedom of living alone. This week was supposed to be my relaxing me time that I never got to have. Unfortunately, it could not have been further from that. It was my second day off, and I was just chilling, watching TV, eating nice home-cooked meals, all of that kind of stuff, when I heard someone walk up to my front porch. It was midday, so I thought maybe the mailman or just some solicitor. But as I stayed sitting on the couch for a few minutes, I realized they still hadn't knocked or rang the doorbell. I never heard them walk away, so it got me curious. I got up and went over to the door to look out the peephole. Sure enough, someone was still on my porch. It was a man looking to be in his mid-30s, wearing a light sweatshirt and black jeans. He wasn't in front of the door, though. He was off to the side, looking around like he was searching for something. I thought of opening the door, but I was too nervous to confront him, so I just watched. After 40 seconds, the guy walked away quickly and got into a parked car on the road by my neighbor's house. Once I saw him drive away, I went out to investigate. Everything looked normal to me, at least everything in the area the man was looking around. I went back inside and mostly forgot about it. Within the hour, I took a nap, then made dinner a few hours later, and finally turned on a movie to finish off the night with. Sometime in the middle of it, there was a knock at the door. I paused the movie and went to see who it was. It was that man from earlier, this time standing in front of the door and seeming to be waiting for me to answer. I cracked the door open just enough to talk through. "Hey, I was hoping you'd help me out with something." I'd ask someone else, but nobody would answer, the man said right away with a big smile. "What do you need?" I asked. He went on to tell me this elaborate story about his car. Breaking down right next to my house, he pointed at it, and I immediately knew it was the same car I saw him drive away in earlier. Then he said all he needed was to use my phone to make a quick call. Knowing this was some sort of scam or something, I denied him right away and closed the door. I then looked through the peephole to make sure he left, but he didn't. His face grew excessively angry, and he banged on the door again. I yelled through the door that I'd call the cops if he didn't leave. He stood and thought for a moment, then hurried off, but not to his car. He walked around to the left side of the house. Fearing this was going to escalate, I dialed 911 and told them about the situation. Thank God I did, because not even a minute later, a sudden crash came from the dining room. I ran over to see what it was and saw that he'd smashed the window and was crawling through it. I tried to run for the garage to get in my car, but the man was quick, chasing me down half the house before grabbing me and holding me still. I fought back, kicking and punching, but he completely overpowered me. He told me through his clenched jaw to be quiet and insisted that I stop fighting while he dragged me to the front door and opened it. Once I knew what he was doing, I only started fighting harder. As he tried to bring me closer to his car, someone walking their dog on the other side of the road saw us and came running over. Before he even reached us, the man let go of me and sprinted to his car and drove away. It all happened so fast. Once the police arrived, they helped calm me down and got all the information I could give them. Apparently, it wasn't enough, though. He was never found. What's creepier is that the police think the first time I saw him come by wasn't actually his first time. They think I may have caught him collecting some sort of camera or mic he'd set up on my house to spy on me. He hasn't been back that I know of, but I plan to move out anyway just to be safe. Whatever his plan was, I don't want to risk finding out. My name is Lucas. My job at the library isn't the most exciting in the world, but it provides a steady income, and I've always loved books. However, recent events have made me rethink my feelings about this place. It all started a few weeks ago when I received a call from our library director, Mr. Tom. He asked me to stay late to help with the inventory of new arrivals. The library was old, with massive wooden shelves and heavy velvet curtains on the windows. It was always a bit gloomy, even during the day. When I arrived in the evening, Mr. Tom was already there. He seemed a bit nervous, but I didn't pay much attention to it. We were sorting books onto the shelves, checking lists, and talking about various small things. It seemed like it would be an ordinary night. Around midnight, Mr. Tom decided to leave, leaving me alone. I continued working when I suddenly heard a faint rustling sound somewhere between the shelves. At first, I thought it was a mouse, but the sound repeated, becoming louder and clearer. I felt a slight chill down my spine but decided to ignore it. As I continued working, I noticed the lights in the library began to flicker. The bulbs would dim and then brighten again, creating a strange and eerie atmosphere. I grabbed a flashlight and decided to check if everything was all right with the electricity. Walking through the rows of shelves, I didn't find anything suspicious, but the rustling didn't stop. It seemed to follow me. Returning to my desk, I noticed that one of the books I had just placed on the shelf was again on the floor. It was an old dusty book that seemed like no one had opened it in years. I picked it up and opened the first page. It had the author's name, but the ink had somehow blurred, making the letters indecipherable. Suddenly, I heard a voice, quiet and whispering. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to hide my anxiety. No one answered, but the rustling grew louder and came closer to me. I felt my heart beat faster and decided it was best to check the entire library. Maybe it was just a trick of light and shadows, or maybe someone decided to prank me. Walking between the shelves, I felt the walls closing in around me. The space was becoming narrower and darker. I tried to find the source of the sound, but it seemed omnipresent. A shadow I saw out of the corner of my eye made me freeze in place. I turned around but saw nothing. At that moment, when I returned to my desk, the lights went out again. Only the beam of my flashlight pierced the thick darkness. I felt a cold breath on my neck. Something or someone was here with me. I quickly dialed Mr. Tom's number, but the call wouldn't go through. Panic began to take hold of me. Deciding that the best thing would be to leave the library and come back in the morning, I moved toward the exit, but the doors were locked. I distinctly remembered not locking them. While searching for the key, I heard the whisper again. This time it was clearer and more distinct. "You shouldn't have opened that book," the voice said. I turned and saw a shadow on the wall moving towards me. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The light from the flashlight suddenly went out, leaving me in complete darkness. "Do you know why this library is empty at night?" whispered the voice ever closer. "This place is cursed." I felt something cold and sticky touch my hand. I tried to fight it off, but my movements were paralyzed. The feeling of helplessness and fear overwhelmed me completely. When I finally found the key, I managed to open the door and ran outside. The cold night wind bit my face, but I was glad to be out. I looked back and saw the library standing quietly and darkly, as if nothing had happened. The next morning, I returned but didn't dare tell Mr. Tom about everything that had happened. He just looked at me suspiciously and said he no longer needed my help on night shifts. Since then, I no longer stay at the library at night, but sometimes when I walk past its doors, I feel something or someone watching me from the darkness between the shelves. And I know I will never forget that night when the shadows came to life. It was December 2019. My fiancée and I had bought a house together a few years ago. It's a cute house in a decent neighborhood, a nice area to raise a family. That's why what happened 2 years ago was all the more shocking and disgusting. We know all of our neighbors, both our next-door neighbors and the 3 closest neighbors across the street. Everyone is friendly enough, but you truly never know the skeletons hidden in someone's closet. Our neighbor Leo, to the right, always seemed nice the few times we'd speak, but he never really spoke too much. I'd see him outside almost every day, either coming or leaving for what I assumed was work, though I never knew what he did for a living. At this time, I hadn't seen the guy in a few days, and his car hadn't moved from his driveway. Obviously, that in itself isn't any cause for alarm. All the neighbors, including Leo, had their lights up already. I found it interesting how Leo, a single man in his 40s, would put lights up. I actually found it kind of nice. I was late to the party putting my Christmas lights and decorations up outside. One night, while doing so, I noticed Leo's Christmas lights out of nowhere started flickering like crazy, all of them, not just one strip of lights. It looked like it could have just been faulty wiring or some electrical glitch. The next day, I left for work around 9 o'clock and noticed again Leo's car was still in the driveway. I also noticed all the blinds in his house were still closed. Even when I got back from work, the blinds were all closed, but his Christmas lights were on, so he was definitely home. I joked with my fiancé that he must have been on some kind of hibernation. Later that night, my fiancé came inside and told me of Leo's Christmas lights acting up. I went outside, and it was the exact same thing that was happening the night before. The flickering wasn't happening in a way that would appear programmed, it was happening in a very glitchy sort of way. So, I figured I'd be nice and go let him know and also see if he's okay since I hadn't seen him. I knocked on the door, and when there was no answer, I rang the bell. All the blinds were closed, and I couldn't tell if the lights were on or not. When there was no answer, I rang one more time. Finally, the door opened, and Leo greeted me. I let him know about his flickering lights, which I just noticed weren't flickering anymore. I promised him I wasn't making it up. He said he wasn't aware of that and thanked me. I asked if he was all right, as I hadn't seen him in a while. He said he was just feeling under the weather. He was acting a bit off. Then I heard something from inside the house. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but it sounded like a child screaming for help. Leo didn't have any kids. I was about to ask him, "Did you hear that?" But on the spot, I decided not to. I said goodbye and walked back to my house. Then I told my fiancé to call the police right now. I think Leo has a child in his house. His reaction was literally, "What did you say?" I said, "I think Leo kidnapped a child." So I called the police and said, "I think I heard a child screaming inside my neighbor's house," my neighbor who doesn't have kids and hasn't been leaving his house the past week or two. I asked to keep who made the call anonymous, though I knew Leo wouldn't be so stupid as to not know it was me who made the call. Sure enough, the police arrived and entered his house on an emergency. When I heard what they found, I was appalled. There was a young boy locked in the basement. He had been locked down there for 4 days. The boy had been kidnapped from a completely different town. As for the flickering lights, the boy was a genius and somehow found a way from the basement to flicker the Christmas lights as an attempt to call for help and get someone's attention outside, probably whenever he saw someone through one of the blocked-off basement windows. I reckon he saw his chance to call for help when someone was at the front door. Clearly a very smart kid with great survival instincts. I'm glad he was reunited with his family. I don't want to know what was done to him, but I hope he lives a normal life and has put this behind him. Knowing how serious a crime child kidnapping is, Leo won't be getting out of prison anytime soon. In the summer of 2019, my partner and I, both in our early 20s, decided to take a road trip to Vancouver, Canada, and stay at Golden Years Provincial Park. We enjoyed camping, had spring break, and wanted to do something different to make the most out of our vacation. My partner had never been out of the US, and it seemed like a crazy new experience. It was a 6-day trip with Airbnbs in each state, and the grand finale was a reserved campsite at Golden Years, which was close to the water of Wet Lake. We packed poorly, bringing a giant tent, a bunch of fruits and veggies to eat healthily, but we stored them in a cooler that was too small. We also brought a cutting board and knife to prepare snacks while driving. We started in California and switched off driving our bright red Ford Fiesta. We drove through Oregon and Washington, finally making it to Vancouver. We spent a day or two in each state, drank a little too much, and stayed out late. Canada was the best part, and Wet Lake felt like walking in a painting. We walked barefoot on the rocks with our toes in the freezing cold water and hiked around, where we saw a beautiful waterfall. There was a couple taking pictures of each other for an hour, and we started modeling the same poses from far away. Everything was perfect, and the campsite was mostly empty, except for the other couple who went to bed early that night, making it quiet. I woke up to crackling sounds outside the tent while my partner was still asleep and snoring. I didn't think much of it at first because it was pitch black, and it was probably an animal. However, the crackling continued, getting closer to the tent. I sat up, grabbed my phone, and turned on the brightness, almost blinding myself. In those 2 seconds, I could make out a person right outside our tent. I froze, trying to assess the situation. They weren't moving but were close enough to unzip the tent. I started poking my partner because I had no idea what to do. They woke up, and I whispered that someone was outside the tent. Then I heard quiet footsteps walking away from our campsite. My partner started to mumble, "What?" repeatedly, still in a sleepy haze. I noticed a car or truck parked right outside our camping area, and to my horror, it started up and drove off. They didn't turn their lights on until they rounded the corner, and we were out of view, so I couldn't make out much, but it looked like a truck. Now I was shaking, and my partner couldn't grasp what was happening. I wanted to leave, but golden years locked the gate until 6 o'clock or 7 a.m., and it was only 1 a.m., so we were stuck for now. We decided to move to the Ford Fiesta and slept in the tightly packed car. My partner fell asleep immediately, thinking I was being paranoid, but I wondered if it could have been a park ranger. However, it seemed too strange for a park ranger's behavior. I sat there wide awake for about 2 hours. The car was locked, and I wanted to sleep but couldn't. I was in the passenger seat, while my partner was in the driver's seat asleep. And it was 3 a.m. Suddenly, I heard a car slowly driving up the road with its lights off. As it rounded the corner, I realized it had to be the same truck. My fear escalated, but my adrenaline was pumping. It slowly rounded the corner and pulled up directly in front of our campsite again, in the same spot. I felt like I was going to throw up. With no weapon but the kitchen knife we brought for the fruits and veggies, I grabbed the knife. I tried to make myself look angry, big, and intimidating. Sitting straight up in the passenger seat with the kitchen knife held at eye level, I stared deadpan at the truck in the pitch blackness, just like the father in the American Gothic painting. The truck stopped and turned off, and a light shone directly into my face from inside the truck. Terrified, I stared back from my bright red Ford Fiesta, clutching the large kitchen knife without blinking. The truck then started up, turned on its lights, and blinded me, before pulling out and turning around to go back to where it came from. My heart was pounding as I woke up my partner and insisted that we needed to get out of there. We packed up by hastily throwing things into the car and sat awake until 6 a.m. We drove home without stopping, continuously rehashing and trying to make sense of the bizarre situation. Ultimately, we decided that we both needed some sleep. This was the year 2017. When I was rushing a frat in college towards the end of our pledge process, our entire pledge class took a trip to an abandoned hospital a few towns over. It was a sort of tradition that each pledge class would do. I carpooled with a few of my pledge brothers. There's honestly just too many names to list, so I'll just name my pledge brother that I spent most of the night with, James. James and I, and a couple of others, carpooled to the hospital, which sat next to a big park. So all of us parked in one of the parking lots in the park. We waited till everyone was there, then started walking down a pathway in the direction of the hospital until the pathway cut right, and at this point, we had to walk through the small patch of wood separating the park from the hospital. I honestly wore the wrong shoes for this. I was complaining about wearing my white Air Force Ones. After making our way through the woods, we got to the property of the hospital, surrounded by trees and a parking lot on all sides. Seeing such a tall building, once full of people and lights, standing completely dark in the night was really creepy. It was my first time ever exploring this building. A couple of the guys in the group knew the secret ways in, one of which being simply climbing through one of the lower windows that was smashed through. I followed close to the back of the group. One by one, we stepped down through this window leading to a level beneath the ground. The floor on this level was wet, making me really regret my shoe choice now. James and I stayed in the back, following behind the rest. There were like 10 of us, so being in such a large group took away most of the scariness of being in a place like this. We went up the stairs, everyone's steps echoing through the building. We traversed the creepy hallways that had been abandoned for decades, the walls surprisingly not littered with graffiti. James, one of the guys who was very experienced with this place, said not a lot of people break in because no one thinks to cut through the park to avoid the security in front of the parking lot. Eventually, the group started to split up a little bit. A small group of guys went this way, a small group of guys went that way. We were on, I think, the second floor when James and I decided to go down a separate hallway/corridor. Some of the rooms in this place seemed like they hadn't even been gone through since the place closed down. Others looked like they had been rummaged through and had small amounts of graffiti in them. James and I were in a hospital room with the bed and medical equipment still in there when we heard someone walk past the doorway to the room. We both turned and caught just a glimpse of a black shadow walking past the door out of view. We both looked at each other, then said, "Yo, who is that?" I walked into the hall, and at the end of it, I saw someone standing there. I couldn't tell if they were facing me or facing the wall. All I saw was their body. I said, "Who is that?" Then whoever it was walked into the room next to them. James came into the corridor now and was confused at what I saw. I told him someone was here, we should just go back to the group. We left down the opposite direction, back towards our group. We eventually started to hear the echoing voices of our pledge brothers as we were getting closer. All of a sudden, there was an almost deafeningly loud, blood-curdling scream of a woman coming from the direction we just came from. If I had to describe the screams, it sounded like a woman being brutally stabbed to death. I noticed the sounds of our pledge brothers went silent now, or maybe the screams just overpowered the sounds of their voices. We ran back towards our friends and screamed, "Go!" All of us ran back downstairs to the lower level where we entered from. Somehow, I found myself in the back of the group again. One by one, we all crawled out from that window. The screaming stopped, but now we heard footsteps stomping down the stairs. They weren't the footsteps of anyone in our group. Screaming, "Go! Hurry up!" Finally, after James crawled out, I crawled out. The whole time fearing someone would grab my feet. We booked it back towards the cars through the woods. After we got to the cars and caught our breath, I told everyone I saw a person in the corridor where James and I were. That's where the screams were coming from. We all left shortly after that, definitely freaked out. I'm not really interested in urban exploration anymore. My dad helped me buy my first house when I was 27. I was never spoiled, but my dad always had a lot of money, and when I wanted a house, he lent me a large amount of cash. The previous owners of the house were an elderly couple. As far as I know, the husband died many years before I moved in. The wife died just a few weeks before I bought the house. The son of the couple who sold me the house kept a lot of the furniture in the house for me, and he took only what he really needed or wanted, which made things easier for me, less furniture to buy. I did dump some of the more outdated stuff on the curb, though, including this old rocking chair that was sitting in the living room. A lot of the furniture just had an older, creepy vibe that I didn't want in the house. The next day, I was cleaning out more junk in the upstairs section of the house for most of the day. A lot of it was heavy lifting, so I'd take breaks in between, and this ate up most of the day. I didn't really get an ounce of sleep the night before, as I have a mild form of insomnia which affects me certain nights. That second night, having moved into the house, I went out to get some Chinese for dinner because I had no energy to cook. When I got back, I was disturbed to find the front door was unlocked. Now, I truly don't remember if I had simply forgotten to lock it or not. I wanted to believe I forgot, but it just seems so unlikely I'd forget to do that, especially with my brand new house. I started flicking on every light of every room on the main floor. The more light, the safer I'd feel. I then proceeded up the stairs to do the same there in the common area and in all 3 bedrooms. There was also a basement to the house that I'd only been down inside once at that point. It was not a big basement like you would expect, though. It was kind of just a small storage space where the washer and dryer happened to be. I was already feeling a lot more confident that I had just simply forgotten to lock the door, but I still had to check the basement before I could confirm this. I opened the basement door and flicked on the light. As I got halfway down the stairs, I saw an old rocking chair sitting in the middle of the basement. I didn't remember it being there the first time I saw the basement, and when I stood over it, I could swear it was the same rocking chair I had thrown away the night before. If not the same one, at least an identical one. I looked around the basement, though, and there wasn't anyone down there, so I did calm down just a bit. I headed back upstairs to eat my Chinese food. I remember leaving the basement door cracked open, which sat right next to the kitchen. I started hearing rickety creaking sounds from downstairs. I ran to the basement door and tried to turn on the light, but it wouldn't turn on this time. All I could think was, what the hell was that noise? I went to the kitchen, grabbed my flashlight from under the sink, and went a quarter of the way down the stairs with the flashlight beaming down to the bottom. I saw the rocking chair moving, and someone was sitting in it. It was an old woman with gray curly hair, glasses, and she was dressed in a pink nightgown. Her head slowly turned to be looking up at me. I gasped and left the basement, closing the door this time. I don't know what I was immediately thinking at that point. All I knew was I had to call the police. But when they came, they searched the whole basement with me, and we didn't find anyone. There were also no hidden compartments or exits down there where she could have escaped through. At a certain point, the cops started looking at me like I was crazy. I knew it, and pretty soon they left. I had the contact details of the son of the couple who owned the house before me, so I called him up around 8 or 9 p.m. and described the lady to the best of my ability. He sounded shocked and started to cry over the phone, saying I had perfectly described his mother and her favorite nightgown. He said he'd be right over. He got to the house within the hour, and we went downstairs together. He seemed to be in shock the whole time. I could see his hands shaking. He ended up leaving with the rocking chair after a while of talking with me and being very emotional. It may have been emotional for him, but it was the scariest thing I could have possibly ever witnessed with my own eyes. It still stands to be. I kept the basement door locked 24/7 after that, and I'd be scared to do laundry for months. But after half a year of nothing happening, it wasn't that bad. I only lived in that house a year and a half, though. When my dad passed away, not only did he pass along his fishing boat, but he also passed along his love of fishing to me. The boat is a which has a decent-sized cabin allowing me to go overnight deep-sea fishing. I usually fish off the coast and would sail for an hour out to sea, then stop and spend the rest of the day fishing. That's exactly what I did one Friday, taking my cousin Tony. We planned to spend the night and fish most of Friday before sailing back. So, after sailing out to sea for about an hour, I picked the spot for us to stop and cast our lines. We brought a radio and tons of beers to make the time more pleasant. The sun started to set, and seeing the sun setting on the horizon with no visual intrusions was a beautiful sight, perhaps the last pleasant thing that would happen that night. By the time the sky was completely dark, we had already packed our stuff for the night and were inside the cabin playing cards and eating burgers. Mid-conversation, Tony stopped me and told me to listen. There was the sound of a boat motor in the distance. We left the cabin to look into the horizon, but with no moon, it was just too dark to see more than maybe 50 feet in front of us. But over the calm waves, we did hear a boat motor. Whoever was out there didn't have their lights on. The lights in my cabin were on, which was definitely enough for anyone to see us and avoid hitting us. We were expecting the sound of the other boat to sail away into the night. However, it seemed to circle us for a bit, then abruptly stopped. The motor just cut. There was nothing but the sound of the calm water splashing against the boat. Tony started acting a little paranoid. He thought we were being stalked. He wanted me to use the spotlight to look for where this boat could be. I didn't want to do that because that would be a bit obnoxious and obvious. To make him happy, though, I started to drive the boat for a few minutes away from the last direction we heard that engine stop. Maybe I did it because I was a little suspicious about it as well. After a solid 5 minutes of driving the boat in the opposite direction, I killed the motor and we went back inside the cabin to resume playing cards. It felt like only seconds after we sat down, we heard it again. This time I heard it first, and it sounded like the motor was being given much less gas. We went outside again, and at that instant, the sound stopped. This time, I agreed with Tony, turning on the spotlight was a necessity. The spotlight only rotated 180 degrees, so I turned the boat a little to the right so that I could point the light out in the direction we heard the boat. The beam of light shot far into the horizon. I felt my heart racing as I slowly turned the light to point more to the right, and finally, I stopped when the light started to land on a boat floating not too far away from us. I turned the light off at once. I told Tony to turn the cabin lights off as well. I put the boat in full throttle and steered away from the area. I steered the boat for about 5 to 10 minutes before thinking it was enough. We hung out outside for a while to ensure we weren't followed again. When it seemed safe to do so, we went to sleep. However, I woke to a thumping coming from above my head, above the cabin. I looked over at Tony sleeping on the couch. I whispered his name a few times to wake him up, and I pointed up at the ceiling. He looked up, then back at me with a look on his face telling me he heard the thumps. I opened the door to the deck and ran outside and saw 2 men, one on the bow of my boat, the other on a boat floating directly next to mine. Tony came running out behind me. Both of the men slowly put their hands up in front of their faces and claimed they meant no harm. The one on my boat said they were simply almost out of gas and needed help. He said he was going to knock on my cabin door to ask for assistance, but in my head, I was thinking, why was he on the bow of my boat? Done very low-key, I flicked Tony's thigh to indicate to him that I was getting ready to do something rash. The guy stepped down from the front of the boat to the lower deck, right in front of Tony and me. He was significantly taller and bigger than us. He looked at me for a few moments and reached out his hand, expecting a handshake. Without saying anything, I knew something was about to go down with these guys, and for all I knew, that could start with my shaking his hand. Instead of shaking his hand, I pushed the guy overboard into the water with all my strength and ran up the stairs to turn the boat on while I yelled at Tony to make sure they didn't get back on the boat. We were able to lose them in the night for good this time. I didn't stop, though I kept going the full 2 hours straight back to the shore. We made it back to my dock and slept on my boat that night. The next morning, we packed up and drove home. Strange things can happen at sea in the dark, but I never anticipated anything like that. I don't know what those guys were planning on doing to us on my boat, but considering they had been making a point of stalking us, I know it was nothing good. I'm from West Virginia. I moved all the way to Lexington, Kentucky, for a girl. Now, that might be the scariest part of the story, that a dude from West Virginia moved over the border to Kentucky only for a girl. But I assure you, it gets worse. A lot worse. She was super affectionate when we first got together. I couldn't have wished for a better girlfriend. But as time went on and we got more secure in the whole thing, that affection dropped off to next to nothing. It was a slow process, almost like a leaky bucket or something. I barely noticed the relationship dropping off bit by bit until one day I just realized there was nothing left of us. We were like roommates more than anything, hardly spending any time together. We didn't actually get intimate for months at a time, and in the end, sleeping in the same bed as her was so depressing that I ended up just staying on the couch. Not long after I started calling the couch my bed, we broke up formally. It sucked, but I saw it coming a long way off. And it wasn't entirely unwelcome. That's when I started talking to this girl on Reddit. Now, I should make it perfectly clear that I was never ever unfaithful to my girlfriend. Only when we broke up was I so starved for affection and female attention that I looked for it wherever I could. I wasn't confident for dating apps, I don't think so. Reddit's anonymity suited me just fine. Eventually, me and this girl that I met on the r/gaming sub swapped numbers and actually started planning to meet. She lived over in Arizona, but flying down there to meet her didn't seem like a big deal at all, not when she was so nice and pretty too. I remember staying up super late talking to her one night, trying to keep my voice down so my ex wouldn't hear. We planned all the stuff we would do together, all the places that she would take me in Phoenix, and all the bomb Mexican food we were going to eat. I was excited, and I went to sleep smiling. But I sure didn't wake up that way. I woke up to loud crashing noises just feet away from me in the TV room. At first, I thought it was a home invasion or something, but when I looked around, it was her, my ex, and she was smashing my Xbox with a baseball bat over and over again. I screamed at her, asking her what she thought she was doing, then went to grab my phone so I could call the cops. Only it wasn't on the coffee table where I usually put it on charge every night. It was nowhere to be seen. That's when my ex started ranting about how I'd been cheating, how she knew everything, then mentioned the Reddit girl by name before she swung at me with the baseball bat. I fell backward over the couch, trying to avoid the strike, and I did, but Jesus Christ, the whole rush of air that went past my face just about put the fear of God into me. She chased me around the apartment, swinging that bat as hard as she could until I locked myself in our bathroom. I thought I might be able to reason with her from the other side of the door, to be able to actually explain that the Reddit girl was someone I started talking to after we broke up. But she actually tried to bash the door down. I'm still amazed that she didn't manage it. It was legit like that scene from The Shining. She bashed a hole in one of the wood panels and proceeded to scream through that. Thank God it wasn't big enough for her to reach through and unlock the door, otherwise, I'd have been in some serious trouble. Eventually, she calmed down enough to stop trying to kill me, but she wanted me out of the apartment like that night. I didn't even gather everything up, I just threw some essentials into a bag and got out of there. I kept imagining her sneaking up with a kitchen knife or something, catching me off guard and then just stabbing me to death. I've had friends ask me why I didn't just restrain her, why I was so scared of a girl, but that's about the dumbest response I've ever had to this whole story. A swing from that bat or a stab wound in the right place, it wouldn't have mattered what was or wasn't dangling between a person's legs. I'd have been dead as a doornail. I got out of there pretty fast, drove to a motel, then tried and failed to sleep through the rest of the night. The next morning, I called my mom in West Virginia, told her everything, and arranged to stay with her for a little while until I could get back on my feet. I'd have gone back to the apartment to get the rest of my things if I didn't think that she'd either smash or burn everything I owned. Besides, I was just happier to be out of there by that point. And I'll tell you another thing, I have never, ever been back to Kentucky since then. I'll wait until Tyler Childers comes back around to Vergie rather than bring up all those bad memories. I hate carnivals. I think they're disgusting and filled with children. I hate the food, the games, and the smell of it all. My hatred of carnivals is probably biased, though, and mostly based on what I'm about to tell you. A few years ago, I was dragged to our local carnival by my younger sister. I obviously wasn't going to be rude and not go, but I wasn't looking forward to it. After a while, my sister got bored and wanted to leave, so I called my mom to pick us up. I actually opted not to go with them as I was in the midst of a fight with my dad and didn't want to go back home until he was asleep. I told my mom I'd walk home later, so she picked up my sister and left. The carnival was honestly a little pathetic. There were far fewer people there that night than I remember there being in previous years, and everyone looked miserable. I figured I might as well walk around a little to try and get my money's worth. After all, I had paid for a ticket out of my own pocket. I decided to step into the fun house as I figured that would at least be a little cool. I was expecting there to be a ton of people in there, but it was completely empty. There was literally not a single other person in there as far as I could tell. I had never been inside a fun house alone before. People don't realize how important the laughter and talking is to the atmosphere. Without it, you're basically just standing there in silence, surrounded by a bunch of weird mirrors. It was honestly a little creepy. I shrugged my shoulders and figured I might as well walk through it. Admittedly, I did get a pretty good laugh out of the distorted mirrors. I think I was like halfway through when I noticed something odd in one of the reflections. To my left, there was a head that seemed to be peering at me. I only saw it for a split second, but it was a bald guy with really sunken eyes. I whipped around but didn't see anyone. To be completely honest, I had no idea where he had even been standing. Since there were mirrors all over the place, he could have literally been anywhere. I thought it was especially creepy since I didn't hear the funhouse entrance open. He either snuck in behind me or he had already been inside. I kept walking, going a little more quickly now, and then I saw him again out of the corner of my eye. He had this deranged smile. This time it was the exact same face, I was positive. I tried to figure out where he was standing, but the reflections were too confusing. I yelled for him to get lost but got no response. I wasn't sure what I was expecting. I picked up the pace again, but it was difficult trying to navigate this maze of mirrors, and I kept hitting dead ends. I started sweating, constantly looking over my shoulder every few seconds. A few minutes later, I turned a corner after hitting another dead end, and a hand reached out from behind one of the mirrors, grabbing my wrist. I screamed, cursing at the guy to let go of me, but he held firm. I punched his arm, forcing him to let go. I fell to the ground in the fray and saw the creepster in his full form. He was wearing all gray, had a bit of a gut, and a tired, sunken face. I jumped to my feet before he could reach for me again and sprinted back the way I came. I don't know if it was survival instincts or not, but finding my way back to the entrance was somehow easier with the adrenaline coursing through my veins. I sprinted out of the fun house and caught my breath. I reached into my back pocket and a horrifying realization hit me. I didn't have my wallet. I must have dropped it when I fell. There was no way I was going back in there. After running to the nearest staff person, I told them everything that happened. She seemed confused and told me that the fun house was closed to patrons that night. I was horrified. They called the police and searched it but found nothing, not even my wallet. I felt like such an idiot. I told them that that guy was probably an ex-employee with a key, but they shrugged off my theory and told me to go home. So reluctantly, that's what I did. It's not like I had gotten hurt or anything. I wish I could tell you the story ended there, but I can't. A week later, My girlfriend called me one night in a panic, frantically screaming into the phone about something terrible that happened. Apparently, someone had been texting her phone pretending to be me and convinced her to drive out to this remote location to help me change a tire. Thankfully, she decided to bring her dad even though the guy told her to come alone. They pretty quickly realized what was going on when the car parked in the lot wasn't mine. Her dad stepped out of the car, and 6 dudes stepped out of the car in front of them. He sprinted back to the car and hightailed it out of there before those guys could catch up to him. The whole thing made sense. I did have my girlfriend's number written down on a slip of paper in my wallet, which explains how he got her number. Both of us changed all our contact information, and it's been a month without incident. I really don't know how to feel about this whole ordeal. I think I'm just going to try to block the memory out of my head.
3 years ago, I contracted bacterial meningitis. I live in South Florida. I don't believe there was an outbreak going on or anything, so I'm not sure how I caught it or who I could have caught it from. I started developing really bad symptoms, painful headaches, confusion, sleepiness, nausea, and lack of appetite. But when the hallucinations started, that's when I knew I had something really serious. Laying sick in bed while my husband was at work, I heard a child's voice call "Mom" from downstairs. We don't have any kids. I dragged myself out of bed to look down the stairway and called my husband's name. Of course, he didn't answer because he was at work. The headache I had from standing was too much, so I went back to bed. For a second time, I heard a voice call from downstairs. It said, "Hello." I picked up the phone and called my husband, freaking out to him that I was hearing a scary child's voice from inside the house and that I thought I was hallucinating. He heard how distressed I was over the phone, so he left work early to bring me to the hospital. While waiting for him to get home, I changed out of my pajamas, and while doing so, I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. As I was mid-throwing up, I heard another voice from outside the bathroom. I couldn't hear what it said, nor could I tell if it sounded the same as the other voice I heard. I was losing my mind. I wasn't diagnosed until I arrived at the hospital, and apparently, if untreated, what I had could be very serious, even fatal. The doctor told me the hallucinations part was rather unusual, but not unheard of. I was given antibiotics through a needle shortly after I arrived at the hospital with my husband. The doctor told me that I was fortunate to have come to the hospital so quickly, as if I had waited much longer, this could have had lasting effects or possibly been fatal. My husband stayed with me for a few hours in the room. I was told I was going to have to stay there for a few days to a week, given the severity of my symptoms. Around 10 o'clock, my husband left to go home, as he had work the next day. The nurse told me to call her if I should have any issues. Though I still felt like absolute death, I nodded off pretty quickly. I started having this dream where my ex-husband was in the room over my bed, looking down at me and talking. He was saying horrible things about my current husband. He patted my head and said he was glad I was okay and that he came as soon as he saw my husband leave. He went into this rant about how he despises my current husband and wants to kill him. He kept rubbing my forehead, then left the room. I often have bad dreams about my ex-husband because of how toxic and abusive our marriage was and why it ended, which I'd rather not include. I woke up in this drowsy, lightheaded state and looked around the room. There was a chair pulled up in front of my hospital bed, but no one was sitting in it. It wasn't like that when my husband left. It was still the middle of the night, so I went back to sleep. I woke up the next morning to the nurse in the room. I told her about the weirdly vivid dream I had, and she told me that wasn't a dream, that my cousin came to visit me last night. I told her I don't have any cousins that live in the state. She looked more serious now and said, "Well, Someone who said their cousin Tom visited you late last night. Tom was the name of my ex-husband. After explaining better, the nurse got a doctor, and the doctor told me the antibiotics may have caused delirium, which hindered my ability to recognize sleep from wakefulness. Hence, why I was so vividly hearing what Tom was saying. I called my husband to tell him what happened, and of course, he was livid and concerned. He came back again that night after work. That day, I texted Tom asking what the hell he was thinking visiting me, and how did he know I was in the hospital. My text delivered, but he ignored it. I sent a follow-up, telling him I heard all of his threats towards my husband and that I'd be getting the police involved. Minutes later, he responded, saying, "I never made any threats towards your husband. I was simply there when I heard what happened to make sure you were okay. You must have heard things in your sleep." I responded, "Stay out of my life or I'll get the police involved again." He didn't respond after this. I never told my husband about the threats I heard in my drowsy, half-asleep state because I didn't know if they were real or not. With a mix of the antibiotics and my already weird audible hallucinations the day before, I don't think it's impossible that what I heard wasn't actually what was said. But I could be wrong. I left the hospital the next week.
In the year 2015, I frequently used the app Uber because I wasn't able to drive for 12 months due to some DUI charges. Just a stupid mistake overall. There's this nightclub bar in my town that I would sometimes go to on the weekends with my friends. Sometimes I would get a ride home with a designated driver if we had one, and sometimes we would catch an Uber. This night, I wasn't feeling too great, so I left a little early. It was somewhere between 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning. It was way too cold to walk home, so I called for an Uber. A guy nearby named Jack popped up. I got to be honest, he was a little creepy looking. He was older, didn't really smile in his picture, and he had a grayish goatee with a black beanie cap on. He was only 2 miles away, so I didn't really care. It said he had a Chevy Malibu, which sounded nice, so I requested he come pick me up. I waited on the bench outside the club next to the bouncer, who stood still like a statue, hands folded together. About 5 minutes later, a silver 2003 or something Chevy Malibu pulled up in front of the club. I stood up, a bit disappointed it was such an old, ratty-looking car. The guy didn't call me over or honk or anything, he just waited by the curb. So I got up and entered the back seat of the car. Right away, things got uncomfortable. He didn't say hello, he didn't shake my hand, he didn't even turn his head to look at me. All he said, in a very quiet voice, was, "Where are you headed?" To which I replied with my address. We began moving down Main Street, but in the wrong direction of my house. I told him this, and he turned left at the next intersection. Now we were moving away from the main roads and down the quieter residential areas. He didn't put my address into his phone, so I felt really strange. I didn't know if he was expecting me to direct him or not. I ended up putting my address into my own phone so he could listen. When the GPS said, "Turn left down the next street," he completely missed it. I made a confused hand gesture. He noticed it and said, "I just got to make a quick stop. Don't worry, I'll give you a discount." Even though I was drunk, I still knew something bad was going on. That's when I noticed the handgun sticking out from his middle glove box next to him. By now, I was trying to figure out how to get out of this car. At the next red light, I tried the door handle very quietly, but it wouldn't open. I saw that the child lock was on, and from this point forward, my heart was racing. The man was driving farther out of the direction of my house. We must have been 2 towns over by now. I was getting desperate. I couldn't call the cops because I didn't know what this guy might do. I figured my best option would be attempting to flick the child lock switch next to him by the front seats. I had to somehow slide over to the opposite side of the back seat behind him without him noticing. This was one of the most tense moments of my life. I lost my sight on his head through the rearview mirror, making sure he wasn't looking. I very casually slid behind him. Thankfully, he didn't notice. Now came the scariest part. I had to reach for the button up front at the next red light before he could do anything. Each light we passed, I felt more and more tension build up as I was waiting for one of them to turn yellow. Eventually, one finally did. He slowed the car at an intersection that would usually be busy during daylight hours. It was a perfect escape point. The car came to a stop. I knew this light wasn't very long, so I had to be quick. A car was stopped at the opposite side of the intersection, which made me feel a little better. With all my courage, I reached my hand up to the lit-up child lock button. I must have startled him because he jumped 2 inches out from the seat. He screamed at me, and as I feared he would, he went for the gun right next to him. I was able to open the door and flee to the nearby Cadillac Escalade, where I banged on their windows asking for help. They drove off completely avoiding me, but it didn't matter because the man in his Chevy Malibu was already gone down the block. I ran into a nearby grocery store that was open 24 hours, where I called a taxi this time. This was a very sobering experience because I don't remember being drunk at all in that store or during the taxi ride home. I reported the driver to Uber, who said they would escalate the situation to the authorities. It wasn't until a whole week later that an officer finally showed up at my front door for some questioning. That was the end of that. I have no idea what became of that guy, but I've never used an Uber since. This is something that happened back in the year 2004. I'm a female and was 24 years old at the time. I had just recently joined a bowling league because I have always enjoyed bowling. I was okay, but after the first time bowling with the team, I realized that I needed more practice. So, there was this kind of small bowling alley pretty close to where I lived. I remember that one night I asked a few friends if they wanted to go with me, but they were not able to. Instead of not going, I decided to bowl by myself to get the practice. That night, I went to the alley. It was not that busy, and like I said, the place was kind of small and also old. I got the lane on the very far right end of the alley, which was nice because it felt more private. I set my stuff on one of the several chairs they had right in front of the lanes. Nobody was bowling at any of probably the next 5 lanes to my left. So, I bowled a few games and was getting some good practice in. I'd been there for almost an hour when I turned around after bowling one time and suddenly realized that there was a man sitting at my lane. He was in one of the seats, not far away from my stuff at all. The man was sort of large, bald, and had a goatee, and from just his chin, the hair was really long. He also had several tattoos. I did not know where he had come from. He appeared to just be watching me bowl. I thought that maybe he would say something to me, but he did not. He just kept sitting there. So, I just kept bowling. It was awkward, to say the least, but I only had several more frames before I was done, and then I would be leaving. The man just kept sitting there the entire time. I thought about saying something to him, like asking him what he was doing, but I didn't. So, before long, I was done bowling. I went and sat in a seat just 2 away from him and changed out of my bowling shoes. Then I got my stuff. In that entire time, the man still did not say anything. After that, I went up to return the bowling shoes. The man did not get up when I did. After I had returned the shoes, I looked back to the lane that I bowled at, and the man was now gone. I figured that he left, and then I headed for the exit. There was a parking lot on the side of the building, which is where I had parked. I walked over to the side door, and there were two sets of doors. When I went through the first one, I noticed the man was standing in the small area between the next set of doors. I got a bad feeling when I saw him. I walked past and then out the doors and into the parking lot. Moments later, I heard the door open again. I knew that the man was now leaving, and I wondered if he was following me. There were several cars scattered around the parking lot. It was not well lit and pretty dark outside. The town was pretty quiet as well, but there were some other places nearby. So, as I was walking to my car, I heard footsteps behind me, and they sounded somewhat fast. I was going to my vehicle, but I just had a bad feeling about it. Just going with my instincts, I changed directions and did not go to my car anymore. I walked more towards the front of the parking lot where there was a sidewalk. When I turned, I heard the guy turning behind me. I walked to the sidewalk and then started going down it. I didn't know where I was going at first, but I saw that this bar was open just down the street. So, I started heading in that direction. The man behind me followed the entire way. However, luckily, he did not catch up to me but maintained a distance. It was very obvious that he was following me, though. So, I kept going down the sidewalk and was able to make it to the bar. I had only been there once before, so I didn't know it that well, and I didn't know anybody inside. But I went inside, and there were a good number of other people around, so I felt safer. The man went inside as well, though. I stood around near the bar, and the man stood at the other end of it. I then walked towards the bathrooms. I was going to go into the women's restroom and call one of my friends. Luckily, I did have my cell phone with me. However, when I reached the hallway where the restrooms were, I noticed that they had a back exit. So, I decided to just leave through there. The man would not notice because he couldn't see from where he was and probably assumed that I just went to use the restroom. I left and then literally ran all the way back to my car. Luckily, I was able to make it. I then drove home and made it back okay. I still feel to this day that I avoided possibly a terrible situation. I don't know who that guy was, but I know for a fact that he was following me. I went to that same bowling alley several more times and never saw him there again. For the month of October in 2016, I worked at Party City as a seasonal job. It was pretty hectic for the Halloween season, obviously. I got stuck with the night shifts on weekdays since I didn't have early classes. The location I worked at changed its closing hours on weeknights to 11 p.m. during the Halloween season. My shift would start usually at 5 o'clock, and I'd work till close. The rush would die after 9 o'clock, and after 10 o'clock, there would hardly be anyone left in the store, especially on weekdays. On my shift on the day in question, I started work as what was referred to as a costume grabber. I would be told on a walkie-talkie what costume and what size to grab so that I could hand it to the customer, and they could try it on. After it quieted down and later on in my shift, I was told to start cleaning up the aisles, restocking, and bringing stuff either up from or down to the basement. That got tiring quickly because it was a lot of walking up and down stairs. Past 10 o'clock, there were only about 4 of us still working, a girl named Laura working the cash register, Drew cleaning aisles and stocking shelves, Jake the supervisor for the night, and then me. During the back and forth basement work, the basement was at least connected straight to the upstairs costume storage room, so it wasn't a super long walk from the basement. I took a 10-minute breather, then went to continue lugging boxes from the basement up to the costume storage room. The lights of the basement had been turned off by someone, I figured Jake. I flipped the light switch back on and down into the basement I went. As I was lifting a box of girls' costumes, I heard something fall on the other side of the basement. Not to make you think this basement was really big, it was just one big circle full of boxes with a big shelf in the middle. I put down the box I was holding and slowly peered my head around the shelf. There was someone in a white hooded robe costume with a scary monster mask. Of course, I jumped back at first, then I laughed, saying, "You got me." Whichever of my coworkers was in the costume didn't speak, though. They just tilted their head to the side a bit as if they were still messing with me. I had a feeling it was Jake at first, even though she would supervise some nights, she was a clown. But then I realized this person was way too tall to be Jake, so it had to be Drew. I tried approaching him to remove the mask. He just backed away from me, though. Then I looked down at the boots on his shoes, the dirty heavy work boots that I knew for a fact Drew wasn't wearing. I started getting the shivers. I went back up the stairs without running to avoid suspicion. I shut the basement door and went straight to Jake, who was talking to Laura by the register. I asked, "Where's Drew?" and he literally called, "What's up?" from a nearby aisle. That's when panic set in. I asked if there was anyone else working that night. She said everyone went home. So I told her someone was in the basement in a costume who didn't belong there. Drew and Jake came with me to the basement so I could prove it to them. But like any cliché horror scenario, whoever was down there was gone. There was a back exit in the upstairs costume room for unloading truck shipments. It was possible the intruder exited through there. Jake sped through the security footage of the past hour and didn't see anyone enter the costume room except for me, but there wasn't a camera in the basement or the actual costume room itself to check. Part of me felt like it was a prank and that if I went back down there, I'd find the person in the costume again. But my job was my job, and I had to get back down there to continue stalking the costume room. When I got back down there, I once again picked up the box of girl costumes I originally was trying to bring up. I got it to the stairs and stopped because I thought I may have heard the noise of a small plastic bag being slightly crumpled. Of course, I didn't want to stay down there to find out alone. I wasn't getting paid enough. My shift was almost over, so I lugged the heavy box up the stairs, dropped it in the costume room, and went back to the door we have to the basement to shut off the light. Before I did, I looked down the staircase, and at the bottom was that person in the white robe costume again, only this time without the mask. I saw his face, his smiling face looking up at me. I slammed the door shut and ran out to Jake and the rest, screaming for help. They came as fast as they could to the costume room, but the back exit door inside was wide open, as was the basement door. This time, for real, he was gone. The one camera on the outside delivery area didn't even catch him. I don't really know if that intruder managed to steal anything other than the costume he was wearing. For all I know, it could have been just one big Halloween prank, or he might have been in there looking to actually hurt someone. For all I knew, it was an armed robber, though, and I treated the situation as though my life were in danger. Near where I live, but far out into the sticks, there's a glorified gravel path in the woods called Rube Hill. It runs maybe 3 miles long, and only a half-mile of it is paved. On the south end is the pavement with a few old but otherwise normal houses dotting it, deceptively average at that point. Then the houses end, the pavement ends, and the gravel road shoots up a steep hill. It's not taken care of at all. The gravel is piled up in potholes, so unless you're driving a nice off-road vehicle, you'd want to take it easy. Since you need to drive slowly, you get a nice clear view of the handmade signs nailed to the trees with messages like, "No trespassing," and "We are watching you." At the top of the hill, the road winds lazily for a little under a mile before diving back down the other side of the hill. The gravel is in equally crappy condition on this side. After you reach the bottom of the hill, the road cuts straightish for about a mile through cornfields before intersecting with another road. The reason I am so familiar with the layout is that I have taken friends on late-night drives to this road to scare the crap out of them. Never an elaborate prank, I just drive slowly and play creepy music to get them amped up and paranoid. I always made sure to talk about the meth heads and their labs out there too, and how the sheriffs try to avoid going out there because it's dangerous. I figured it was just stories, but I think now there's an element of truth to some of the rumors. I was with my friend David one night, and we decided to go on a late-night drive to Rube Hill to freak ourselves out. So we took off, drove down the various country highways and back roads, and turned onto it. I made sure to play extra creepy music. Since David and I had made the trip before, it honestly lost its creepy luster on me by then, but I still enjoyed the long drives and scaring my friends, of course. It mostly went by uneventfully, and we were almost across the hill, about to descend the other side, when David freaked out. I checked my mirrors to see what he was freaking about and saw truck headlights down the road. They seemed to be where the road first topped the hill. The truck made it under the only streetlight on top of the hill, a really dim orange light, and I could see it was kicking up a ton of dirt, speeding towards us. I paused the music, and sure enough, with the windows down, I could hear the gravel crunching and flying as the vehicle was speeding. Keep in mind that I've driven this road dozens of times, both during the day and at night, and had never encountered another vehicle. So having a truck speeding to seemingly catch up to us at midnight on a road lousy with rumored meth heads was pretty jarring. Usually, I didn't relinquish my brakes driving down that hill, but this time I didn't even touch them and made it out of there. The next day, I was hanging out with another friend, Robert. Robert and I were just lounging around, playing video games, talking about physics, Robert's favorite thing, and Chipotle. My favorite thing. I, of course, told him all about David and me getting chased the previous night and kind of hammed it up too, made it come across as a little more harrowing than it really was. But now Robert wanted to go to the road. So we waited until late that night, about 2 o'clock in the morning, and went to Rube Hill. This time, I wasn't playing any music. I wanted to be alert. It was all going quite normally, just like usual, when I slammed on my brakes. I threw the car in park and just said, "You see that too, right?" I looked at Robert. He was just as confused as me, and he just nodded. My headlights were clearly illuminating a thick metal cable stretched across the road. On the right, it was wrapped around a tree at what I'd guess was roughly head height for a standing adult, and it was pulled tight across the road and anchored to a fence post at roughly chest height. I had no idea what to make of it or how to react when I heard gravel being thrown by tires. I checked my mirrors. And sure enough, truck headlights were tearing down the road from behind us. I started freaking out, my breathing and heart rate were out of control, and I began sweating. Robert just swore under his breath quietly. I threw it into drive, pulled as far to the right as I could, and my low-sitting car slid under the cable with a loud metal-on-metal scraping noise. I cringed as I heard the scrap, but I wasn't about to sit there and get caught. So again, I flew down the hill, and this is the creepy cherry on the sundae for me personally. Because Robert didn't see it, as we left the tree line and entered the cornfields, I glanced to my right past Robert and briefly caught a glimpse of somebody standing about 3 or 4 feet back in the corn. I just felt my stomach scrunch up, and I floored the accelerator. I glanced at my rearview mirror and could see a man standing in the road behind us, illuminated by the moon in my taillights. He had a long object slung over his shoulder. I couldn't tell if it was a cane or maybe a rifle, but I didn't stay to find out. Before I could even tell Robert about it, we were around a bend and out of sight. I haven't been back to the road since then. Thanksgiving night, I was over at my parents' house for dinner since they were hosting this year. I got to see some cousins and uncles I hadn't seen in almost a year. We had a typical Thanksgiving gathering for our family. My parents cooked a big meal as usual. Before dinner, though, I got a long essay of a text from some unknown number. I won't share it because it contains a lot of personal revealing details, but it started with, "Hey Melissa, hope your Thanksgiving is going well." Then I quickly came to realize who it was that sent this text. It was this crazy stalker guy named Kevin, who I'd never even met before. We matched on a dating app and texted and snapped for a while, but we never met. He gave me obsessive vibes, and when I politely rejected going on a date with him, saying I don't think we have much in common, he got even more obsessive and aggressive. He even threatened me one time when I posted a snap story of my friend and I getting drinks because he thought I was on a date with a guy. That was when I blocked him on everything, Snapchat, Instagram, and his number. But the contact didn't stop there. I got random Instagram accounts with 0 followers attempting to follow me, and I blocked them each time. Same thing on Snapchat. I'd get random accounts adding me with different guys' names every time. Whenever I'd add them back out of curiosity, their Snap scores were always 0. After reading the entire message, I was disgusted. He was gaslighting me and borderline threatening me. I replied, "If you keep contacting me, I will go to the police." I took so long to form a reply I was okay with that my grandma got annoyed and asked me to put my phone away. It was only out of sight and out of mind for me for half an hour before I got another text from another random number. It was another essay. I didn't want to completely ruin my mood and be on my phone dealing with this when I was with family. I put my phone away and just tried to focus on being a part of the conversation. When family started to leave and things started to slow down, I checked the text, and it was disturbing. It was longer than the first one, and it was him berating me and insulting me the entire time, acting like the entitled, narcissistic sociopath that he clearly is. When there was just a small amount of my family left, I showed them the texts, and they were appalled. My mom wanted me to go to the police the next day to report him for harassment, which I planned on doing. I soon left my parents' house to go home to my apartment. My apartment is the lower floor of a 2-family house. My friend Chelsea is my roommate. In the apartment, I got home before her and went straight to my room to look for Christmas movies to watch. My phone started ringing, and it said unknown caller. I knew it was him. I denied it and silenced my phone. I put on some silly rom-com Christmas movie to fall asleep to. It was called Surviving Christmas. All I remember about it is that it had James Gandolfini in it. It was late at night, so I didn't plan on making it through the movie. I was getting sleepy halfway through the movie when I heard walking from outside my room in the house. It was in the apartment, not from upstairs, so I assumed it was Chelsea getting home from her night with her family. The footsteps came straight to my door, then someone attempted to open my door. I always lock my bedroom door at night, even though I trust Chelsea. It's just a natural habit I have. I paused the movie and listened as the doorknob turned a few more times before I yelled, "Chelsea." Then it stopped. I heard quiet footsteps walking away from the door. I grabbed my phone, about to call Chelsea, and I saw a bunch of texts on my screen from a third random number. The most alarming one was a threat saying, "Good thing you made it obvious where you live." I tried calling Chelsea like 5 times, but she never picked up. I called my parents a bunch of times until my dad picked up, and I whispered into the phone that I think that crazy stalker was in the house. My dad said to stay put, he was coming over right away. We lived 10 minutes away from each other, but he made it to me in 5. That's how fast he drove here. During that time, I stayed on the phone with my dad the whole time until Chelsea called me back, and that's when she told me that she wasn't coming back to the apartment tonight, so it for sure was not her. When my dad got here, the front door was locked. I had to let him in. I swore to him that I wasn't imagining what happened, and so after we tore the place upside down, he went to the big sliding window by the kitchen, big enough that anyone could fit through, and he lifted it open. He turned to me and gave me a stare of disappointment. He scolded me after learning that I didn't lock the window every night and said, "Here's my answer on how someone got in here." I went back home with him and slept at home that night. First thing in the morning, my dad took me to the county court's office where they gave us step-by-step instructions for getting a temporary restraining order. Skipping most of the legal process of the story, I eventually did see Kevin in person when I had to go to court to get the restraining order extended. The judge granted the extension, and though I could never prove he broke into my apartment, his threatening texts were plenty, and if he ever contacts me again through any outlets, he'd be arrested. This was a truly dangerous man, and I hope he hasn't found anyone else to harass.